It's 8 o'clock on Today. Coming up, daring rescue, the urgent race to evacuate Americans from Sudan amid growing violence there. New details on the special operations mission to clear out the U.S. Embassy and the rush to get more foreign citizens out of the country. Then Jamie Foxx. This morning, an encouraging update on the Oscar-winning actor who remains in the hospital recovering from a mystery medical issue. We're live with the latest. Plus, remembering Len Goodman. Tributes pouring in this morning after the Dancing with the Stars judge passed away over the weekend. We'll honor his life and legacy straight ahead. And welcome home. Our very own Jenna Bush Hager joined families over the weekend to welcome back sailors aboard the aircraft carrier named after her grandfather.
How does it feel to be back with them?
It feels wonderful. It was a long time coming.
She'll tell us all about the emotional homecoming today, Monday, April 24th, 2023.
Starting off the week from Nashville, Tennessee, Hinsdale, Illinois,
St. Louis, Missouri,
and Barcelona, Spain, on a girls' trip from Washington, D.C. From Hallettsville, Texas. Today's my 15th birthday. From Lakeland, Tennessee, on a mother-daughter trip. Surprised my beautiful mom. Celebrating my 65th birthday from Dallas.
We are back with something special. It happened in Virginia over the weekend. Jenna, you're so lucky, man. You had a front row seat.
Yeah, she traveled to the naval station in Norfolk, a big homecoming for the USS George H.W. Bush aircraft carrier. This must have been so emotional.
Oh my gosh.
Are you
Can
dehydrated?
you imagine the tears? Yeah, I have no tears left to give. It was a day I will never forget. I was in Norfolk in 2006 at the christening of the USS George H.W. Bush. But to be back all these years later and meet so many women and men and families who sacrificed so much for our nation was inspiring.
These 5,000 sailors aboard the USS George H.W. Bush aircraft carrier are headed home after an 8.5-month deployment in Europe and the Mediterranean.
I think I'll be overcome with joy, just pure joy.
99 altimeter.
And speaking of pure joy, Naval Air Traffic Controller Craig Holloway will be meeting his baby son Vincent for the very first time.
Yes, I will definitely cry, for sure.
Chief Stephen Viza is a night aircraft handling officer, or NACHO. He's been writing love letters to his wife Lisa, which he will personally deliver on the pier.
Just to let her know that, she was always on my mind and definitely what helped me through the deployments.
And Lieutenant Cornetha Williams is an engineering tech, and lately she's been dreaming about how tall her 3-year-old daughter Samara and her 13-year-old son Elijah have gotten.
That is one of the biggest sacrifices that I have to make as a mother and as a wife, to come out here every day to defend freedom for the United States. My husband understands. He holds down the home.
As a Navy veteran himself, her husband Michael understands the sacrifice.
I think it'll all be worth it in the end. As a matter of fact, I know it will, because she's able to do what she needs to do for the betterment of the country, and I'm able to support her and still support the mission, just in a different way.
And any mission aboard the USS George H.W. Bush holds special meaning to me and my family, as it was my grandfather's greatest legacy. He joined the U.S. Navy on his 18th birthday and became the youngest Navy pilot in World War II. I know he would have loved to have seen these brave men and women man the rails as they get ready to come into port. And then from a distance, a cheer is heard. The sailors knew they were home. There are few moments in life quite as heartwarming as these long-awaited reunions.
Happy your daddy's home? How does it feel to be back with them?
It feels wonderful. It was a long time coming.
And how have they changed? It's been almost 9 months.
They've definitely gotten taller. They've definitely expanded their vocabulary.
Is your dad your hero? He is? How come?
Because he's so nice to us.
And the magic continued throughout the morning.
How have you been?
A.C. Holloway got to meet his son.
Little buddy?
Hey.
I feel whole.
Chief Visa got to hand deliver his love letters.
Feels amazing. I missed her so much. It's good to finally have her next to me. It's too good to be true.
Go get her!
And Lieutenant Williams got to hold her kids again.
They are different. Eli's much taller. Samara's much taller, and she can string words together.
How you doing? I miss you so much.
Mike's different also.
Yeah, different hair,
He's got a
beard.
beard. He didn't have that when I left.
And then the commanding officer of the George H.W. Bush, Captain David Pollard, left the ship too with his sailors, his pride for them clearly evident.
I think sometimes we take for granted the incredible service that you all provide.
Absolutely. And you know what, these young men and women, like I said, they're absolutely amazing, and they're the future of our country, and they're willing to do what it takes for liberty and freedom. And, you know, your grandfather said, let future generations know the burden and the blessings of freedom.
Over the last 8.5 months, the crew of the USS George H.W. Bush understood what it meant to shoulder those burdens of freedom. And coming home to their friends and family made the blessings of freedom that much sweeter.
Wow, that's so well done.
I'm so glad you guys got to see that with me, because I think sometimes we forget how much they sacrifice. I mean, they said, you know, they're going around to spread peace. That's what that ship says.
Defends our
and there
freedom.
were 26 men who had never met babies.
That's
who got
crazy.
to hold their newborns,
That's amazing.
some of which, you know, were 8 months old for the first time, so not even really newborn.
We owe such a debt to their families. I mean,
the families,
they give up so much.
And plus, you had every single kind of reunion. A mother hugging her daughter, the little, it was...
But when you're, first of all, we should all go see those.
Yes.
If you can, because, and then welcome back our heroes, because you see it. That is just the tip of the surface. There were 5,000 people returning yesterday. So there were 5,000 of those moments.
Mothers seeing their children.
9 months they were gone.
That was beautiful.
We go away for a weekend to cover a story with our kids. Imagine 9 months.
And we get to call and FaceTime our kids and talk to them. They can't because of national security.
Wow.
So can we just please say thank you for your service.
Thank you. That was beautiful, Jenna. Great job.
Jenna, wow.
It is 8:36. We're back with one of our very favorites. one of my very favorites, Meghan Trainor. She is a global pop sensation. She's a Grammy winner, a social media star, but most importantly, y'all, she's Riley's mom, and she's here to celebrate tomorrow's release of her new book. It's called Dear Future Mama, a TMI guide to pregnancy, birth, and motherhood from your bestie. Megan, first of all, I didn't get to congratulate you in person yet on your upcoming babe. How are you feeling? Hormonal?
Yeah, hormonal, but great. So excited.
And well, that's a
7 months in.
7 months in. Do we know if it's a boy or girl? Are you waiting?
We know it's announcing like tomorrow. Right?
Okay,
Yeah.
so we wait for that day. So hormones, that's one of the things that you discuss in your book, because I think a lot of things when it comes to pregnancy, people either don't talk about it, they think people know, da-da-da-da, but you feel like there are things that should be touched on.
I just had so many questions, and I feel like I didn't get answers, and I never wanted anyone else to feel like I did. And it was like during COVID, like the pandemic, the beginning of the pandemic, so I couldn't leave my house, and it was just a very scary time. And when I got some answers, some questions answered, I was like, I gotta tell everyone. I gotta put it in a book. I gotta help someone else with this. And then I had a C-section that was wild, and wasn't like a fairy tale birth, but I got a fairy tale baby, you know? I got a dream baby, and I was like, well, even if you go through all that, you could still have a perfect baby.
Well, you know what's interesting? I actually, in reading this book, I didn't know a lot of the stuff that you were revealing in the book. I know the book is also full of humor, but it's full of very poignant things. When you talked about suffering from PTSD after you gave birth, that you could see yourself on the table.
Yeah.
You could visualize it, and it was diagnosed as such.
Yeah, because I was like, it's so weird to my therapist and my doctors. I was like, it's like I'm back in the room. And I was at nighttime when the pain would kick in, and I was like, Daryl, I'm still on the table. Like, I know she's inside me still, you know? And
so you could feel the pain.
Yeah, months after. And then they were like, so we have to work through this. That's a sign of PTSD. And I was like, oh, and I didn't know that.
I think most people would have ignored it and thought, you know what, let's
suffered with it. But once I talked about it and realized, like, oh, that wasn't awesome, then it helped break it down.
I think one of the words you used in your book a lot was surrender.
Surrender.
You just sometimes have to trust and surrender, and that's not easy, because I like control. You like control because that's how you live your life. How were you able to say, okay, I'm going to surrender this now? And what do you surrender to?
Like, luckily, I remember the first day my doctor was like, what's your birth plan? I was like, what do you mean? Like, isn't that, you have it,
Y'all
right?
do that.
I was like, get it out safely. And I've never, like, broken a bone or had stitches. So when they were like C-section, because baby Riley was breech, I was like, oh, do I have to be awake? And they're like, mm-hmm. So it was like the scariest. I felt like I was jumping out of a plane, like during the whole time. I was just like with my husband shaking. And I was just like, surrender. Just like, there's nothing we can do, you know?
It's like
you lose control, and it's all right, and we'll get through this. And we did. We survived.
Now, motherhood changes everybody profoundly. Riley hopped into your lives and changed you from I still remember the first day I met you. You were a kid.
Child.
You dreamt of having babies. You told me right away you wanted to have, I can't remember what your number was, 10?
4.
4. I don't remember. You had a lot.
10, 6,
but
4.
Now you're a pop sensation, and now this child comes into your life, Riley, and now another's on the way. It must have changed you profoundly, but if you were to pinpoint how you think motherhood has changed you, how would you describe that?
Oh, that I can get through anything, you know? With the birth and the C-section process, I was like, oh, if I can do this, I could do anything. And then afterwards, I just, like, having him there gave me the most motivation to be the best version of myself. So I started proving myself, like, oh, you have a goal, let's achieve it, let's do it. Yeah, and I changed my whole life. And, like, I never thought I'd ever be able to write a book. And now I'm like, wrote a book, done, check it. You know, they just like make you I heard a lot of people say once you have kids, your life ends and it's theirs. And I was like, no, dude, my life just started because I'm going to be the best version of me I could be for this kid.
Has your music changed, and the music that you're putting out, has that changed as a result of where you are in your life?
For sure.
Yeah.
I heard you can get more creative when you have babies, and I don't know how, but yes. I think you're just going through more life, and my songs, the lyrics are just better and more elevated and more emotional. Each song on this album, Taking It Back Too, was like right from my soul, from my heart. And the first songs were like all sad at first, which is weird because I was like happier than ever. But it was like, that was tough for me. And like, I'm trying to come back and love myself again, you know?
Do you love yourself right now?
Yeah. It takes a whole team, but we're all here.
Yeah, you got your wonderful husband,
My
Daryl.
hubby's here.
Yeah, he's here, and you're awesome.
He's so handsome.
You know what? Look at that. Y'all are, look at you. You're about to be parents of 2.
Parents of 2.
I know, it's going to happen soon. We want to make sure you're well prepared. Come on in, Gerard. We just brought you a little something.
Shut up.
You know how we like to take good care of you. These are all your cravings. We got pickles.
Yes.
Is that still what you're craving now?
Yes.
Peanut butter pickles. And what are these?
Oh my God, peanut butter?
What are these? Chocolate, just all the goodies, all for you.
I needed this so bad. Thank you.
By the way, I just want to tell you that we love you from the bottom of our hearts. We're so proud of you. I'm so happy to see who you've grown into, this incredible human being.
Stop, you're going to make me cry. It's too early.
Thank you for...
Too pregnant.
You know, let's eat chocolate.
We're
going to chat more with Megan in our 4th hour. And again, get the book, Dear Future Mama, out tomorrow. Find out more about it. Head to today.com. Coming up next, what if the home edit could help you pack for your summer travels? The Queens of Organization are here with some exciting news. But first, this is Today on NBC. Love you.
I love you.
I love you. That's it. You know what? And you don't care about We are back with the Queens of Organization, Clea Shearer and Joanna Teplin, the founders, of course, of Home Edit. They've perfected the art of tackling clutter, building a star-studded client list, includes Chris Pratt, Drew Barrymore, Reese Witherspoon, but they didn't stop there. They have a hit Netflix series. They have New York Times best-selling books. They got a podcast, and you guys are here because we're having another new announcement, which we're going to announce in just a second.
Okay.
But I first want to know, how are we doing at this moment?
I am cancer-free. I'm doing great. I'm feeling really good. I started hormone therapy, so I might have a hot flash up here.
Okay.
But totally fine. I feel like that's par for the course.
Has it changed the way, because you guys are on this trajectory, but has that illness changed the way you live your life?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, I think my perspective has completely changed with everything. My friendships matter more.
I should also say,
we did not plan
Yes,
this.
you did.
No, we didn't.
Yeah, you kind of.
it's embarrassing.
real.
Literally did
You
it.
see, that's why you guys are connected.
Yes,
Can we
we
please
are.
look? I didn't know you all could tackle anything more, but can we please talk about your big announcement?
Yes.
Would you like to share
I'll
it?
let Clea share it.
Clea wants to share it.
She deserves to share it.
I'll
Share it because we were planning on doing a live tour last year, and with my cancer diagnosis, we were not able to do it. So this summer, tour is our summer fun.
We're doing a live tour.
Yes, we're doing
Where
a
are you
live
going?
tour.
All
oh my
over?
Gosh, all over the country and Toronto, which it's international.
Oh my God.
And we're coming to New York, and we were hoping maybe you would be with us.
Yes, of course we will.
I'm going to put you on live air and asking.
Oh my God. So wait, what will you do? You'll just speak to groups and you'll have a big auditorium full of people
We're
and do your
gonna
thing?
have a huge crowd. We're going to tell stories
Okay.
and be our crazy
Crazy
selves.
By the way, you're going to pack the house. You know it. You know
Pun
you're
intended.
Yeah, you are. All right, speaking of packing,
Yeah.
let's
Yes.
get to it. All right,
Okay.
so a lot of people are packing for vacations and things. You say it's important first to have a packing list so you know what you
right.
want.
You want to
Yeah.
have a notes, just get your notes app out and have a list of
Right.
all the things you want to bring, then you just check them off as you go.
Boom, boom, boom.
Yes.
Now, getting your things to fit in a piece of luggage is not easy, but we've cracked the case. How do we do it?
Packing cubes.
okay.
So they are magic. They are the key to everything. We like the mesh packing cubes
Yeah.
because it's breathable, it's
Yep.
visible. You just file fold all of your items. I like to pack by category, which is the correct way
Of course
to do
you
it.
do.
I
You don't?
pack by outfit. Yes.
Are you? I kind of think outfit.
Thank you, Hoda.
Because you know what? I like
We'll have to
something
agree to
simple.
disagree. Thank you.
Okay, so you've got, but this
Yeah.
is by category because
Yes.
you win.
Pajamas,
Okay.
jeans, tops, things like that.
Sneakers, important.
Yes,
Exactly.
you don't want to forget your shoes.
All right, so what do we do with all of the hair things that we need
Oh, I
and
know.
products? I don't know what
Lots
to do
of
with them.
different stuff.
Toiletries are a big
Yeah.
packing conundrum for people. Again, we like to use cubes for all of our items. Hair items separate from, face items, cosmetics.
And even just using the little zipper pouches so you can separate your stuff so you're not digging and ruffling around through your
Ruffling.
stuff. Yeah.
And this is good in case stuff leaks too, because that
Yes.
happens all the time.
Absolutely.
So cubes.
Yep.
All right, take us to this.
This one is a Joanna special, and
My favorite.
Why? Why do you love
Okay,
it?
you pack a duffel so that way you put all your dirty clothes as you're traveling, and then you check the duffel with your dirty clothes on the way home.
Wait, what did you just say?
Yes, you check it. You don't
That's
even have
profound. Wait,
it's
did you hear
amazing.
that? You
It's
pack
amazing.
a duffel, put your dirties
to
in there,
Yes,
and
then
check it.
You're done.
You're done.
Y'all are so smart. You're going to come back with us, all right? But we should point out that your Summer of Fun tour kicks off in July.
Yes.
The latest book is now available for pre-order. And we're going to check on you guys again in the fourth hour. We're going to have some more fun. Congratulations
Thank
on
you,
all the great
Hoda.
You guys deserve every single thing that's happening to you. Coming up next, Carson's going to take us behind the scenes to one of New York's hottest restaurants, and he learns the secret life of life-changing pasta, making it at home. All right, but first, this is Today on NBC. So wait, it's July. You start.
We are back now, 8:51, and we're launching a new series this morning. New Today Food series. It's called Closed on Mondays.
Right.
So what's the idea here?
Well, the idea is that, typically restaurants are very busy on the weekend,
Sure.
and Monday is usually a day that they close. So that's kind of a perfect time to get into that restaurant, to get a behind-the-scenes look at stuff, which I was able to do at Carbone, New York, co-owned by Chef Mario Carbone. It is not easy to get a reservation in this place. It's fantastic. Mario himself, chef, rarely does interviews, so I was quite thrilled when he invited me to come on in and see the magic up close.
We are in Greenwich Village, and we're gonna see the Pope of Greenwich Village food. That is Mario Carbone. We're gonna sit, we're gonna talk, we're gonna cook. It's like a time portal when you walk through this door. I can hear Sinatra already. Come on in. It feels like a movie in here, and I feel like I'm immediately transported into a scene of Goodfellas.
That was the whole idea. How do I take basically Ray Liotta's 40-second scene in the back of Copacabana? From when they open the front door, they get hit with the music, the smell of the food.
The waiters are coming by,
the waiters
it's chaotic.
are coming by.
You wanted to take that vision and make a cinematic experience. It's a lot more than just the food.
You can witness the woolly mammoth that was the Italian-American in 1958.
Chef Mario Carbone opened his celebrity hotspot 10 years ago. Now, it's nearly impossible for mere mortals to get a reservation.
There's this whole celebrity factor in here. There's Jay-Z sitting in the corner any given night. But there's a million Italian restaurants right even around here. What makes Carbone stand out so much?
We buy the absolute best ingredients. We try really, really hard to give you dinner as the show every night.
You've created a home.
Like, the Italian table is home for everybody.
Mario's vision comes from his upbringing. Raised in a traditional Italian-American family in Queens, surrounded by home-cooked food.
Who was cooking for you growing up?
My mom cooked every night. She's a fantastic cook. Her parents were born in Italy, so I would be with them and invariably in the kitchen where they were cooking all day long. I was always in the mix.
Carbone's magic has spread to Miami, with a restaurant and star-studded pop-up called Carbone Beach.
It's an over-the-top Carbone meal that takes what we do at Carbone and just amplifies it. It's Frank of the Copa in the 60s.
You sound like the Martin Scorsese of food.
Ricky Tonelli is Carbone's day-to-day face, a larger-than-life personality.
Ricky takes care of everybody.
Can America meet Ricky?
AKA the face.
How long have you been here, Ricky?
Since day one, yeah.
Can you whip up a little something?
You know, we'll bring out a couple of classics. How's that?
Carbone classics like spicy rigatoni.
Oh, come on, Ricky.
The world famous
Look at
spicy
this.
rigatoni ramen.
Beautiful.
There you go. Look at that. Buon appetito. Grazie.
That's delicious.
You get the sausage, right?
Of course, you get the bite of it.
With the tortellini, there's a pinch point. You have to pinch them together.
All right, let's learn how to cook it.
Let's do it. You are going to get a special pass today.
At the Carbone kitchen, where few people can say they've been and actually cooked in. About to rock it. All right, Chef, what's the first step to the tortellini?
Okay, first step we've already done for you, which is
You're
welcome, making the dough. Sheeted super, super thin.
These are the things that people at home can make. They can make a touch of Carbone by making it.
100%. Here's our filling. 2 different ricottas. This is sheep's milk and cow's milk, salt, pepper, thyme, nutmeg. Put a little dollop here, drop of water to adhere it. And then you're gonna pick it up, roll it into a half moon, give it a little pinch. Bring the 2 ends together here.
This art, they're so thin, it's crazy. Just right in the water.
Right in the water.
How come you don't ask Siri to set a timer like I do at home?
And then the sauce is just melted butter and water. This is our Sunday sauce, bolognese. Same mix as the meatballs. That's one order.
I think a couple of these are mine. How do they look to you, Chef?
Yeah, I think maybe that one.
You can tell. The one that's like, That is literally the perfect bite of food. Thank you, Chef. Thank you. Thanks for having us.
Yes.
Oh my God.
Did you bring anything?
Well, he's the guy. No, I couldn't. I did bring a doggy bag back for my family.
I bet you did.
And stuff. But yeah, Mario's incredible. I want to thank him and everybody for having us at the restaurant. They sell their sauces around the country. He's got a clothing line. I mean, he's a rock star. They got that pop-up in Miami that looks sick. That's kicking off May 4th, by the way, if you're down there. So, Carbone, New York, man. Shout out to Ricky.
Right, that was a great piece.
He is the Scorsese of food. It's
that's the perfect line.
Can you get us in?
Machine when you walk.
Yeah.
We're good. We're good.
Okay, good. Third and fourth hours coming up, including Rainn Wilson live in Studio 1A in just a few minutes as well. But first, your local news, some weather, these messages.
Oh, the bread.
By the way,
the bread's incredible.
Yeah.
Like a move. It's called
Wait.
the move. The move. They bring the bread. It's the move.
This morning on the third hour of Today, Beyond Repair. Bed Bath & Beyond files for bankruptcy, the latest major retailer to close up shop. What it means for the company's more than 300 stores, and the last day you can use those big blue coupons. Then, Hollywood ending. Wrexham are promoted! A feel-good story complete with two big star owners, how Ryan Reynolds and Rob McElhenney took a page out of Ted Lasso to make one small city's soccer dreams come true. Plus, The Office star Rainn Wilson is here live in Studio 1A, how he poured his soul into a meaningful new project. And Dylan's cooking with Cal, making a family favorite.
I want you to go like this.
Showing us the right way to make a stuffed artichoke. Today, Monday, April 24th, 2023.
Live from Studio 1A in Rockefeller Plaza, this is the third hour of Today.
Good morning, everybody. Happy Monday. Welcome to the third hour of Today. Thanks for starting your week off with us. I'm Al, along with Janelle, Craig, Dylan, all fresh back from the big trip to Sonoma
Change
County.
the background to like our Sonoma County background because it looks like we were in
yeah,
a studio
it
anyway.
was like a virtual background. It really did. It was our first ever Start Today event. We had so much fun, so many great moments.
What was your favorite?
Well, besides just getting to spend time with you guys, which was just hanging out. It was when we were all together in the hot air balloon.
That was fun.
Even it was tethered. We were about 40 feet up. Over beautiful Sonoma County early in the morning.
I loved seeing our shadow.
And the shadow was terrific. And knowing that, if something had happened, we'd all have gone together. That would have been
We're
great.
in this together.
Would have been great.
That was good. That was good. So this was a Start Today wellness event.
Right.
And so we had the chance to sit down and do kind of a chat with Allison Felix.
Oh, yeah.
And I have to tell you, I sat down, not really with any expectations. She was amazing.
She was.
Yeah.
She was
really was.
phenomenal. Her journey, a lot of people, I just assumed, quite frankly, she started running when she was like, 5, 6 years old. She's not like the fastest woman in the world. But she didn't start until she was in high school. Her dad told her she needed to meet some new friends. So that's how our conversation started.
That's cool. And then just to hear about how she got her new brand, the new foot Sage off the ground. Like that was, but people
good.
can watch that, by the way.
Oh, that's right. And we also are streaming it
They
too,
can watch
right?
that.
That's right. We got it today
on
all
Today
day.
all day.
It's yours.
So you can hear it too.
I really love the Olive Grove bathing. It was like this part of connecting with nature where you just, you just lay in silence and you hear the sounds and you focus on the sounds.
After we giggle.
After we giggle through the whole thing. But then, so on Saturday, Brian and I went and played golf, right? And we passed by this babbling brook, and I said, let's just do this like nature bathing for a second. I'm like, shh. Don't say anything. Just listen. He said, I want to golf. Can we move on? And I'm like, you're ruining the whole thing.
Did you lie down?
No, but I just
You just want to take it in.
I wanted to take it in. He's like, all right, let's go. Let's go.
Yeah, that's good.
Okay.
He didn't really.
The lesson
appreciate the way I
is,
did.
wherever you are this morning, you can do it too.
Yeah.
You just go outside. You don't have to lay down per se, but just
take it
in.
And had to take a bottle of wine with
Well, that helps.
That was my favorite
Wine was your
part.
favorite.
That was the wine blending. I had never actually blended wine before.
No.
I used to make beer.
Not intentionally.
No. But that was a lot of fun.
I learned a lot.
Yeah.
I didn't really understand it either.
I'm so impressed with, for those of the guys who work there, how refined their palate. Like you can give them 12 different glasses. Don't say anything about it, and they can tell you what it is,
Hint
where
of
it's
leather,
from.
what the scents are.
Strawberry.
Yeah, I
tannins.
can't do that.
Yeah, the whole event, really a lot of fun. Jill also hosted a special Shop Today event with great picks from Sonoma County. And we also want to give a big shout out to our fitness leader, Stephanie Mansour. All the Start Today community members who came out. Show and event, both sponsored by Sonoma County Tourism. And a big thank you to St. Francis Winery, Bricolor Vineyards, the Flamingo Hotel, and one of the event's sponsors, Ratio Foods. By the way, our Start Today newsletter going strong. We are almost at 500,000 subscribers.
That's incredible.
Scan the QR code, find out what the buzz is all about, sign up, and also join our Start Today Facebook page.
I think it's good. It gives you a sense of community.
Yeah.
We talked to so many men and women who were there. One person can be in Des Moines, another person is in LA.
becoming
And they
friends.
connect through this newsletter, so it's good. All right, well, we do have a lot more to get to this morning on this Monday. We begin with the demise of another major retail chain, Bed Bath & Beyond. Beyond filed for bankruptcy on Sunday. So this move will impact all 360 stores all over the country, along with their other chain, Bye Bye Baby. NBC News business and data reporter Brian Chung joins us now with the details. Good morning to you.
Good
morning. I mean, so many people have walked into Bed Bath & Beyond over the years, and you know, for a multitude of reasons, from baby and wedding registries, you know, shopping, school supplies. But when did things start to turn for the company? Because I feel like they've filed before, they've had issues before.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it was going to college, right? Getting the shower caddy that everybody else had because they were all going to Bed Bath & Beyond. But, you know, this is an iconic brand that's going to go under here, and they filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy yesterday. Essentially, what that means is that for their over 360 stores, in addition to the 120 or so Bye Bye Baby stores, which is actually part of the same company as well, they're going to begin the process of liquidating that, which means that some sales are to be expected. But look, all of this is kind of, as you mentioned, Chanel, something that we saw the writing on the wall because they were saying we were at risk of going into bankruptcy because of the transition to e-commerce, and people just don't go to, you know, those types of stores anymore to get a bath mat. You can get all of that done at Target or Walmart when you're getting your grocery shopping done, or on Amazon.
Although,
so
when that store isn't there anymore, which I noticed with Toys R Us, it's like I need a store that has all of these things,
and then it's not there anymore.
Not there.
Right.
But then you go to a big box store and all that stuff's there.
Yeah, and again, you can't really take away the factor of if you're in a pinch and you need to run to the store because you need something, you know, on the fly. You do have to go to brick and mortar. So it's not like brick and mortar is dying, but again, what people are doing, they're trying to go to one-stop shop because you need an extra can of tomatoes or something like that. Well, you can get that in addition to that extra bath towel. You don't have to go to the supermarket and Bed Bath & Beyond.
So walk us through some of the dates, you know, for people who want to still go to the store. Are coupons still good? Can you buy things and still return them?
Yeah, so the coupons, which, by the way, iconic, right?
Oh, yeah.
The 20% off big mailers that you would get, right? People developed a stack, right? You could collect them.
I might have done the store.
I mean,
those coupons.
At the end of the day, I mean, RIP, because Wednesday is effectively when those coupons will no longer be used. You can use them today, you can use them tomorrow, but the reason why Wednesday is because that's when the big sales are going to begin, so you won't need the coupon. Maybe it might be discounting even more than the 20% that we usually see on those. For those that have any sort of gift cards, you can use them up until May 8th. And then for those that have wedding registries with Bed Bath & Beyond, you can't buy any more things to fulfill that registry, but Bed Bath & Beyond says that they'll be transferring that registry to another platform. We don't know which one, but that'll be happening sometime soon.
All right. Thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
R.I.P. Bed Bath & Beyond.
R.I.P.
Bummed about it.
Yeah. All right. How about we try to lift your spirits here?
Okay.
How about we do
So
that?
sports.
Here's a feel-good sports story that really reads like a Hollywood script.
Yeah, it does. Welsh soccer club Wrexham is moving up. They are advancing to a higher league after a huge victory over the weekend. The small team has developed quite the following around the world, thanks to part owners, actors Ryan Reynolds and Rob McElhenney. Our chief international correspondent and soccer expert himself, Keir Simmons, has the details. Keir, I think we're all smiling with this story this morning.
Oh, we so are. You know, Ryan Reynolds just posted on Twitter describing soccer as one of the most romantic things on earth, which I got to tell you is one of the most on-point things I've heard come from that side of the pond in a long time, because he and Rob McElhenney, what they've discovered is that kicking a ball around a pitch like this unites people like nothing else. For example, whether you win or lose, and they're definitely winning, you all end up down the pub.
Wrexham are promoted.
It's the underdog victory fit for Hollywood.
Their Football League exile is over.
Wales Wrexham Football Club promoted to the English Football League after 15 years of playing in the lowest professional soccer class. Saturday night's win punctuated by a wave of fans descending on the pitch and a stream of tears from the team's famous owners, Rob McElhenney and Ryan Reynolds, who FaceTimed his wife, Blake Lively, and their kids after the final whistle.
A sprinkling of Hollywood stardust that has helped make this possible.
Even fans in McElhenney's hometown of Philadelphia were cheering from across the pond.
We are known we are known as people said at the beginning, why Wrexham? Why Wrexham? This is exactly why Wrexham. Happening right now is why.
This North American invasion on Britain's soccer scene, a real-life Ted Lasso tale.
Expectations for us are as low as a rattlesnake's belly button, huh?
Now it seems the world can believe in Wrexham. The comeback story started just 2 seasons ago when the actors decided to purchase the team, as documented in the FX docuseries, Welcome to Wrexham.
The town reminds me of Philadelphia. It's a working class town. I feel like I know those people, and I grew up with those people. I am one of those people.
Their celebrity ownership has made the 159-year-old club Hollywood's team, with some of their famous friends like Will Ferrell and Paul Rudd often seen cheering on the Red Dragons. After the championship win, McElhenney and Reynolds seen soaking in every moment.
Give me your jersey.
Gosh, I know you own it, can
Are you putting that on eBay, Ryan, or what's going on?
Listen, I work in show business. We fall on hard times.
The guaranteed promotion will likely bring the team more fans, exposure, and of course, money.
It literally drives an entire community, and that's what football does over in the UK. And there's huge windfall for these football clubs.
How about those guys in Philly, man? We are going up. We are going up. Ryan Reynolds just tweeted, I mentioned it earlier, some more of his tweet. Everything I own smells like champagne, beer, and grass. Guys, I've got time for a quick pitch. I did it earlier. Am I okay for a quick pitch?
Sure.
Just 10 seconds. Okay. My side, Charlton Athletic, Southeast London. We're kind of looking for a new owner. Anyone watching on that side of the pond, particularly in Hollywood, give us a call. We're in.
I was confused, Keir. I thought when you said the pitch, I thought you meant.
I thought you were going to go play.
Me
too. I thought you were going to. Oh, this is like a regular
go
pitch.
kick a ball.
Oh, yeah. You meant like a pitch. I got it.
You don't want to see that.
Well, you could definitely.
I like watching football.
Got it.
All right.
I could definitely see you in a Hollywood movie. No question about it, Keir.
That's it.
Keir, thank you.
Thank you, Keir.
When we come back, it is never too early to talk money. So we're gonna break down the conversations that all parents need to be having with their children from age 5 all the way until they're out of the house.
Or maybe
and
back
beyond.
in. Yeah, or back in. Yeah. Or maybe a boomerang and they're back in.
Third hour of today, right back after this. So listen up here. This morning in our series On the Money, we are talking kids and money. Some parents, a lot of parents, actually probably a little uncomfortable talking to their kids about the subject. And not all states require personal finance classes for high school students, but it is a very important conversation to have. So to help us have that conversation, we brought in the best. CNBC personal finance expert Sharon Epperson has a great plan for teaching all of our kids of all ages. Sharon, is it true we can start having these conversations with our kids as early as the age of 5?
You can do it earlier. I was the mom in the grocery store pointing out the different canned goods to my son saying, this is cheaper than this one, so mommy's gonna put this in the car with my coupon. So you can start when they're very, very young, and it's important to start when they're young because you wanna make sure to normalize this conversation, make it part of the everyday conversation. And how you can do it is just pick some money words. What words are very important to know? You gotta know how to use money, you gotta know how to save money, how to make money. So earn, spend, save, those are words that you can start talking to them about as you're discussing some basic concepts that your children need to learn. And the key part, though, is making it part of everyday conversation. When I'm stressed about something that I have to buy, I often will tell them, this refrigerator that you go into all the time, this costs as much as all the shoes that you have in the house, you know, or something to make it tangible for them.
I think I was around 8 years old. I remember we were going to the bank and I wanted something. I'm like, Mom, please, please. And she's like, no, there's no money. And I'm like, but look at all those checks. Like, I just remember seeing all the papers. I'm like, just write on it and go to the bank
into money.
and turn it into money.
The money
now
tree.
they give you that you can do that with Apple Pay.
Right, exactly. All right, let's move to the next age group, preteens and teenagers. You believe this is a good age to start understanding budgeting.
Yeah, I think it's important to understand budgeting, but also that it takes income to budget, right?
There you go.
So you have to discuss with them ways that they can earn. Maybe you're going to give them an allowance for certain things that they're doing, pay them for chores that they may do around the house. I think that's very important to make sure they understand that they're working for something and that's how they're being reciprocated. But when I talk about budgeting, maybe you have some favorite items that you know your child loves. You go to the grocery store together, give them a budget to buy those things. And these are things you love, but this is all the money that you have.
That's a good idea.
And once that's gone, you can't get anything else.
Right.
So don't say, can you put this in the cart? The other thing that I loved doing with my kids when they were that age was picking a charity with them.
Great.
Where do they go? What charities are in your community that you want to support? And it doesn't always have to be with money. It can be with them learning how to donate clothes or spending time with people. So that's something really important to foster that early.
In high school, I worked, I saved money, but I wish I learned how to invest money. Why is that important?
Because we love brands. Kids love brands, adults love brands, but we need to understand we want to buy the company that makes those brands. And so teaching them to love having a stake in the game with that company is so important. You can set up investment accounts. There are apps that can help you. You can do it online. Setting up an account and teaching them that giving that hands-on experience is important, but also understanding that you have to save, and you have to save for a rainy day, and encouraging them to save some of their own money, whether it's gifts that they get for a birthday or for a holiday. Maybe you match that. Like we get to a 401k match. People love when their employers do that. Maybe you match it for them to kind of also help them save.
It's a great idea.
Yeah, we're just finishing up next freshman year of college, and one of the bumps has been we probably didn't prep them or ourselves for our kids going off on their own and budgeting that
right
money.
There with you. I'm right there with you, and it's such a difficult conversation to have. And the way that they spend, because they're just used to doing it, sometimes if they don't have a budget, they just keep spending. So creating that budget is very important early on. It's also important because if they have a part-time job, to understand this might be the first time that they actually get a paycheck. How do taxes work?
Right.
I thought I had $40 for this out. No, this day's work is a lot less than that after taxes. So they have to understand that. And if they do have a credit card, you may want to open it with them so you can kind of see how they're spending, monitor what they're doing, making sure that you're impressing upon them how important it is to pay everything off every cycle. Managing debt is so critical, and that's where a lot of adults get tripped up.
Sure.
So you know kids will.
Speaking of adults, really quickly here, Sharon, what about those folks, those parents who've had that adult child move back into the house? They may be 25, maybe even 30 years old. What should you be teaching them? Or can they still be taught?
Well, these are tough times for a lot of folks. And that's the reason why they're moving back, but you still need to set boundaries. It may involve charging them rent. Maybe they can't afford the rent. Maybe it's some major expense in the house that they have to pay for. There are parents that are paying for their 35-year-old's phone bills still. So maybe that's one thing that they can pay for their phone themselves.
Great
off
tip,
that family
Sharon.
plan.
Great tip, Sharon. Thank you. By the way, you can read more on this particular topic from Sharon on our website, today.com. And you can also check out Sharon's Money 101 newsletter as well. There's information.
And that QR code.
I love that. All right, up next, we are going to meet a woman building a sisterhood one trip at a time. What inspired a mission that is taking her to all 50 states? And then later, we're keeping the good vibes going with The Office star Rainn Wilson. He's here to share his new project that's all about nourishing our soul. We'll be right back. now with our series Sisterhood and a Woman on a Mission. Sherry Lead is a mindset coach, author, and friendship expert. I like that, a friendship expert. And she's putting that last title to the test in a big way.
Unlike many of us, Sherry Lead is holding true to her New Year's resolution to meet 50 women in all 50 states.
The adventure begins.
Her goal is simple: to find the things that unite us in an increasingly divided world. Sherry didn't travel much as a child. Her Japanese-American parents were interned during World War II and came to believe they would not be welcome while traveling in the U.S. It wasn't until Sherry was diagnosed with breast cancer in 2017 that she made it her mission to live purposefully. This January, she hit the road with plans to meet 50 women.
Exhale the top and squeeze. Yes.
Some complete strangers.
Yeah.
Others, former connections. Each visit includes these women sharing their lives and incredible words of wisdom. With 15 states down, Sherry is just getting started.
I love that. And Sherry is with us now. Good morning to you.
Hi, Sherry. Good morning. Oh, I love New York. I'm so excited.
Oh, we're happy you're here. I talked a little bit about it in that piece, but you call it the 50 States Project. Talk about why you wanted to take this on.
Yeah, well, I want to see the world differently. And as mentioned, my parents, I'm adopted, but my parents who adopted me were interned during World War II. So I grew up not traveling and also believing that, you know, the entire U.S. was not open to me. So I wanted to change that belief and believe everything's available to me and
Good
see
for
the world
you.
differently.
That's
great.
All right. So New York State is your 16th state. Who are you going to be meeting up with here?
So I'm meeting a woman that I met in 1987. So these women, all 50 women, are either women I don't know at all or I've had very little contact with in the last 35 years or so. So this woman, we didn't go to high school with each other, but we were in high school when we met.
So how do you decide who you're going to meet when you come to each state?
Well, so I received 27 on my own, and a lot of these women were women that I worked with but never met in person. And then I reached out to friends and asked them for help. They set me up with connections. And then lastly, I went on LinkedIn and looked for people, and then I would send them all my information. So I had no specific criteria other than they communicate well with me because I'm flying out to meet them.
So I love this idea, and I'm sure you went into it thinking, you know, things would go a certain way. But tell us about some of the lessons you've learned and what perhaps went a little differently than you thought.
Yeah, so it's constantly evolving as I go along. I realize this project is becoming even bigger than me. But for instance, I went to Arizona and met a woman in Arizona, Anna, who introduced me to her friends, and one of her friends was 93-year-old Betty. And Betty constantly makes friends. I found out in Arizona, they call walking hiking. I call it walking, but apparently she lives at the top of a hill, so people hike up past her house. She has a group of middle-aged men that come and have coffee with her every day because she invited them in, or not every day, but every time they walk, and because she invited them in. And she's constantly making friends even at her age. And it made me think that perhaps that's the secret of getting older. It's not that you get older and you lose friends, but you get older and you have more time to make friends.
So
lessons like that.
I understand that this project has also really sort of forced you to come out of your comfort zone in some other ways, including singing in public for the first time.
Yes, so
How'd that
I'm a self-described tone-deaf person, but I did learn that I'm not tone-deaf. The woman I met in California owns a music school. She is professionally trained. She said, "Let me give you a voice lesson when you get here." And so she had music ready, and I said, well, you know, I just want to learn how to sing Happy Birthday. I've never sang Happy Birthday out loud. Really?
I'm so bad at it.
Well, so even my kids' birthdays growing up, I tell someone, you started, and I lip sync Happy Birthday to my own children. So I'm in her place. We recorded, I learned to sing Happy Birthday, you know, I'm probably a little pitchy, but I sang it. 3 weeks later, I'm at a restaurant with two girlfriends, one girlfriend's birthday. They bring the cake out, and I sing Happy Birthday out loud. I mean, it wasn't like screaming it really loud, but you know what? It gave me so much joy. I almost got emotional. I didn't realize how joyful it would feel to sing Happy Birthday to a friend.
And it's all from just the power of connecting with people all around the country. It's beautiful. Sherry, thank you so much. It's a good lesson for all of us, too. Thank you. Good luck.
Oh, yes.
Well, coming up next, we're going to get together outside of the office. We got Rainn Wilson here, live, filling us in on a new project that tackles some of life's biggest questions. And then later, it's a Muscle Monday. Is that? I didn't know that was a thing.
It's a thing.
That's fantastic. A simple start today workout you can do right at home. Third hour of today will muscle its way back in 30 seconds. Yeah! Oh!
Yes!
Oh! Work it, baby! Woo! Work it, man!
For such a treat on this Monday morning, the incredibly talented actor and producer Rainn Wilson is here.
Rainn earned 3 Emmy nominations for his iconic role as paper salesman in Beat Farmer Dwight Schrute in The Office.
Also, a deep thinker and a writer, and his new book really explores some of life's biggest questions.
It is called Soul Boom, Why We Need a Spiritual Revolution. Rainn is here to talk more about it, and it is a terrific book.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having me. Excited to talk about it with you.
You know, it's interesting because when we talk about spirituality, sometimes people get a little uncomfortable because they're not sure where you're coming from. But this book, it makes spirituality very accessible from many different ways.
It's important to define our terms because for spirituality, for some people, can mean kind of a vague feeling. For other people, it means church on Sunday. But I really wanted this book to be available and accessible to everyone. You know, whether you're practicing a faith or whether you're struggling with the concept of God. But there are spiritual ideas that are in rich, deep faith wisdom traditions that we need to draw on in this crazy modern world to make our lives better.
Yeah, and you talk about this concept of sacredness, kind of working it into our daily lives. Give us some examples of, you know, how we can just make it part of our lifestyle.
Well, I went on a religious faith pilgrimage several years back, and in visiting all of these sacred sites where I felt that sense of like profound holiness, I thought how missing sacredness is from our daily lives. So how can we find it in our lives, in our homes, in our interactions? You know, I have a little bench outside where I meditate and pray in the mornings. Like, that's sacred to me. But you know, a pancake breakfast with your family can also be sacred, but it's important to cultivate this idea of what is sacred so we're not just stuck on our phones and in traffic all day long, but can nurture, you know...
Is it meaning or purpose, or what does it do for you?
Yeah, I think finding a sacred space or a sacred interaction nurtures that deep soul-rich part of ourselves that we often forget about in the day-to-day.
It's true.
Why do you think that's so important?
Well, I think it's crucially important. I didn't write this book just to kind of have some like vague, you know, light ideas. Like, we're going through a crisis. Societally, culturally, and individually with the mental health crisis with young people. So these spiritual ideas and tools, they're absolutely crucial for personal and social transformation.
Along those lines, you've got this new Peacock series coming out as well. I want to make sure I get this right. It's called Rainn Wilson and the Geography of Bliss.
That's right.
Where are you taking us, and what are we going to be learning on this journey?
Well, you know how a lot of people travel the world looking for different kinds of foods?
Okay.
I travel the world looking for happiness.
Ooh.
Yes, not food, but happiness. So I go to Ghana, West Africa, I go to Iceland, Thailand. I meet some incredible human beings along the way. I watch some elephants. I swim in the North Atlantic looking for happiness. This goes right in line with Soul Boom, the book, and kind of this new mission I have.
I love that.
And recently you went viral. Just to jump back to The Office, which everybody still loves. You're sitting on a plane.
Yeah.
So
and
funny.
a guy is watching The Office the whole time.
Yeah.
And then you finally reveal to him
He's watching it next
that
to you.
he's watching next to Dwight Schrute.
That's funny.
5.5 hours he's watching The Office straight.
That's not hard to do.
And the TV is right here. And finally, at the end, I slowly take my mask off. I'm like, so what do you think of the show? And he's like, well, you know, the first season's a little slow. And I was like, oh, is it a little slow? The first season's a little slow, is it? And then finally, he's like,
That's so funny.
yeah, it was.
I mean, I'm just so curious. It's been 10 years since the show ended.
Yeah.
I watch it. It's just like it's just what I put on TV. You know, it's just so easy to keep on.
Yeah.
Do you ever do that, or if like what would be your show that you just kind of keep on?
I keep the Today Show on.
There you go.
Just
That's
nonstop.
what
I
I'm
just
saying.
run. I'm running episodes from 1997.
Right. Day all day.
Yeah.
And I was a big proponent of this show. I mean, you guys, it was magic.
My man.
I got to
Al Roker,
at the
I love you
Thanksgiving
so
Day
much. We broed up before the segment. He's been such a supporter and champion of me and the show from the get-go.
There we are on the Today Show.
Oh,
2005.
look at that. That's like, honestly, that's like 18 years ago. That's crazy. I had so much more hair.
Oh, it's so cool to see.
It was well, you are a delight.
Thank
the
you,
book
Rain.
Soul Boom is terrific. We
Thanks.
love it. Book Soul Boom, Why We Need a Spiritual Revolution, out tomorrow.
It's a great
Good to see you,
concept.
sir.
It is.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks for having
Tell
me.
the pigs hello.
Okay. All right.
All right, coming up next, it is time to get moving. We're going to show you 4 moves to build muscles right in your living room. Then, of course, after that, we're going to eat. We are in the kitchen for another Cooking with Cal. This time, my little chef and I whipped up a family favorite, stuffed artichokes.
Okay.
There's a lot of technique involved here. We'll
Do
be
you
right
stuff
back.
them with Bed Bath & Beyond coupons?
Terrible. Too soon.
We are back with a Start Today workout on this Monday morning, and today it's all about strength training. Scan that QR code to join the nearly 500,000, I love that we can say this now, nearly 500,000 people who receive our Start Today newsletter. And here to show us a full body workout is Solid Core Senior Master Coach Jamie.
You're a
Gordon.
senior master
That
coach.
sounds serious.
Master
That's
coach.
serious.
Come on.
All right.
Yes.
All right, let's get into
So
it.
we could do these at home.
These are all at home workouts. All you need is socks, or if you have some little towels, that's all you need.
All right.
So we're going to jump straight into it. I want you to think low impact impact, high intensity workout.
Like that.
So I know you have an injury, Al. This stuff is really safe. It's really good for joints where you might not want that high impact like running or cycling.
Okay.
So let's get into it and I'll show you what's going on.
Okay.
So let's grab our dumbbells
Okay.
and then place, especially because you don't have socks on, place your foot on the towel. We're going to do what's known as a platform lunge. You may have seen reverse lunges or split squats in other workouts. This is kind of similar, but less impact. So you're going to slide on that towel. Exactly, you got it. Nice now. And then slowly rising up. Now, the key to this is moving slowly.
I guess it's
Because our
You feel it.
aim is to get to muscle failure, right? So you have to stay under constant tension.
Wait, the aim
be
is
able
to get to
that.
muscle failure?
Yeah. So like, you know when
She
you go to a
wants to
gym?
fatigue.
Exactly. Like, you know when you go to a gym and you pick up a really heavy weight that's too heavy and you're like, oh, my muscles shake. That's essentially what you're trying to do to your legs.
Wow.
Yeah. So if you
Okay.
stay on this front leg for a long
Okay.
enough time.
And how about the dumbbells now? Let's work that
So
in.
the dumbbells, we'll take it down into a hinge.
Okay.
Relax the back leg so you have a little bit more support. And you're gonna row it in towards your hip bones, right?
Okay.
We'll call this a kickback where you swing the back of the arm. So straightening out that elbow.
Good tricep work.
Exactly. It's flexing that tricep muscle, which is exactly what you want to feel.
And how many reps do you do on this?
So let's say we want to work for time rather than rep. We want to think like, let's say a minute of working consistently until your muscles shake.
Okay, let's head over here.
And
Do
make
feel
that
it.
Over to the mat.
We got the mat
And these
work.
are all things you can do at home too, which is what, so
Absolutely.
you don't need a lot of equipment.
And
Just
totally a lot
you
safer.
feel.
I know,
You're
right?
not
That's
doing
a good
like
tricep work.
jumping. And
Okay.
if you live in an apartment, you're going to be a lot safer. You're not going to be annoying all the people below you.
Right.
So let's get into a side plank.
Okay,
so for
I'm just gonna
Al,
stand
this
here.
is
Yeah, I'm
maybe
like, I can
not
only do
your
one arm
thing.
now.
Yeah,
We're
you're
all, like,
leaning on
messed
one
up.
arm. Double stacking the knees. For
can
my
do right
friends
arm.
at home maybe that want something a little more challenging.
Okay.
You can try toes.
Oh my God.
What's in front of
Okay.
you.
Okay.
Yeah. Now the top hand is going to come up towards the ceiling, and then you're going to reach really underneath you towards the back of your mat. Find that twist, and then reach back towards the sky. So that's going to turn on those obliques.
Oh, yeah.
Stabilization of the shoulder, and even your glutes, right? Keeping your hips.
Woo, after Sonoma, my body's like, what's happening?
Just switch.
I was just
Yeah,
about
we
to
can
say.
switch sides.
And how long do you do that for? My other shoulder's messed up.
So again, depending
Muscle
on
failure.
failure.
muscle
So until
failure.
that muscle
All right.
starts to shake, you're like, okay, I need
feel
to
like
Jamie, thank you
Okay.
so much. Don't forget to join our Start Today challenge. Scan the QR code below or head to today.com/start today. Coming up,
Thank
we
you,
exercise,
Jamie.
then we eat.
Yes.
Dylan is cooking with Cal, her little chef, making a meal right off the menu from one of her favorite restaurants. Third hour today. I'll be right back.
We are back now with Cooking with Cal. This time we are making stuffed artichokes. This comes actually from one of my favorite restaurants in Mansfield, Massachusetts. It's called Trattoria della Nonna. And I love this dish so much, the chef actually taught me how to make it.
Cool.
Let's take a look. It's another edition of Cooking with Cal. What are we making today?
Artichokes.
Calvin, there's a restaurant up in Massachusetts. It's called Trattoria della Nonna, and this is their stuffed artichoke, and it's
Trattoria what now?
Trattoria della Nonna. And they have a stuffed artichoke. It's literally my favorite meal on the planet. So we have garlic, pancetta, and parsley. And do you know what this is?
And that's an artichoke.
This is an artichoke.
That's what we're making.
This is what we're making. See all these little leaves on the bottom?
Yeah, take it off.
Start picking those off. Just rip those off.
Why are they there even?
Well,
But that means you're wasting the artichoke.
We're wasting some, but it gets us to the middle. Go it like this.
Punch a circle.
Now,
for me.
I want you to go like this. I want you to get really mad at it. Okay, so we cut off the top, we loosen it up a little bit. Now you see all these little things?
Yeah.
Feel them. They're a little sharp, right?
A little.
So now take your scissor.
Scissors. Yeah. Cut them off.
Just cut it off. You see all this purple stuff? It's bitter and doesn't taste good. So we need to pull it all out. So now, Calvin, since this gets so sharp in here, now I'm gonna scoop all of these fuzzy little bits out. We finally prepped our artichoke, okay? So now we're gonna stuff it. We're gonna take a big scoop. Here. Gotta fill the pancetta. Do a little bit of garlic. Shove it all in there. And then a little bit of parsley.
Little bit of parsley. Stuff it all in there.
Okay. So now we're gonna go like 2 leaves in. Shove in a little bit of pancetta.
Okay.
Kind of over here. I got super giant foil. So I'm gonna put this in here, Cal, but I don't want the bottom of this to touch the foil, okay? Because it'll get too soggy. I'll put it in like that, but leave a little space under here. And drizzle this with some really good olive
I
oil.
don't need olive oil.
Because it just makes it all nice and buttery and yummy. I'm gonna sprinkle with some salt.
Olive oil. Let's put the foil.
Make a tent out of this. Okay. Stick this right through the grate. There's no way of knowing if they're done, but they've been in for a long time. Should we open up our little package? Okay, ready? So we're gonna flip it upside down. I'm gonna cut right through the stem. A little bit of red sauce.
Whoa. I want to try it.
So, you pull off a leaf, right? It's like a little chip. What do you think? It's yummy, right? Are you shocked at how good it tastes?
Yeah.
Isn't it really yummy?
Yeah.
For these recipes and more, head to today.com/food. Yay! So I'm trying to teach you guys how to eat it.
Yeah, I'm like, I got the middle, but
you take a leaf, right? You put like the good bits
stuff
on it, and then you sort of use your tooth to scrape the like skin off the artichoke leaf.
This is good.
It is
we like
really
the
good.
cameo by Ollie.
I know.
Why did Ali say he didn't want to try it? Is it because Calvin made
try
it?
anything.
Oh.
Because Calvin's my good eater and Ollie not so
well,
much.
it's a balance. All about balance.
Yeah.
Ollie's just different.
This is delicious.
We'll be
though.
right back.
Ollie's Ollie.
This is really good.
Mm-hmm.
I can't get to the inside, but I'll.
Before we go, wanted to send a birthday shout out to our one only coordinating producer, Mr. Matt. Celebrating the big 4-0 this week. You're only 40, Greenie? I thought you were older than that.
Oh, look at
Maybe
his
it's just
chin.
working with us that does that, too.
That's wild.
Congratulations,
He's actually
brother.
smiling in that picture.
Oh, look at that.
Greenie smile.
There he is. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Greenie.
Love you, Greenie.
Tomorrow on the third hour of today,
Bill Bellamy.
Bill Bellamy. Woo! That's going to be a good time.
And on Hoda and Jenna, Meghan Trainor's going to talk motherhood.
Have a fantastic day, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Happy birthday.
I woke up smiling on my face. No care, no trouble in my way. The sun is shining where I go. That's how I know. Yeah, that's how I know. Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be a good day.
Today, we are kicking off the week with Grammy-winning superstar Meghan Trainor. Plus, some exciting news from our friends at The Home Edit, Clea Shearer and Joanna Teflon. And Emily Ratajkowski speaking out about being caught on camera kissing Harry Styles, what the actress is saying about that viral moment and her dating life.
So get up.
It's Today with Hoda
and Jenna.
It all starts right now.
Hey, good morning, everybody. It's Monday. It is the 24th day of April, starting a new week, or we call this our New Orleans week. So we preceding.
Be in before New Orleans.
Yes. All right. Many people just had a regular weekend. They went to the park, had a picnic, did whatever.
What did you do?
That's what we did. We ran around. We just had a regular weekend. It was great. Hung with the kids. Enjoyed. Nothing spectacular, but it was I decided I was going to live.
You look tan.
No, I just put some oil on.
No, you look tan.
No,
did you
same.
get some?
I didn't.
Is this your special smell?
No, this is something else. What do you think
Did you
of that?
find that?
Yeah, I know exactly where that is. Can I talk about your weekend, though? Because I was so profoundly moved by watching your story in Norfolk, Virginia. Tell us about it.
Yeah, so the aircraft carrier USS George H.W. Bush came home. It had been deployed for nearly 9 months. So there were 26 parents meeting their kids for the very first time. And for anybody that has never been to a military homecoming, which I had never seen, it is beautiful. Like, it shows the sacrifice that these service members experience every single day. It's not like when you and I think about like when we're going away to New Orleans, we can call and FaceTime our kids. These people cannot. I mean, when they go into port, they can, so maybe 4 or 5 times they speak to their families. And meeting these wives and husbands who hold down the fort while their loved ones are away. I mean, it was just, I cried at every single step. Every step I took, I saw something more beautiful and unifying, and it just made me so proud.
I mean, to watch the fathers meeting their children for the first time, and that one mom, there's a mother who you featured who hadn't seen her 3-year-old. Picture what 9 months is like on a 3-year-old. And to watch that little girl run into her arms, and to watch grown mothers hugging their grown sons and daughters back. It was so profoundly beautiful.
It was one of those moments. I mean, this family, Photo Nate took that picture. He was in the Navy. When we walked up and saw that family reuniting, he put his sunglasses on, which I then later stepped on. And I just couldn't even imagine. Those 2 little kids, his beautiful wife was like, "You're home." They made a sign. I mean, it was.
What was that one sign?
There was a sign that said, "I waited 256 days, but I'd wait forever for you." There was, by the way, what we saw was beautiful, but it was everywhere you looked.
Can you imagine?
There was goodness and sacrifice and love.
By the way, that is so beautiful.
Anyway.
You also...
Now, why do you have to be so weird?
I'm not weird. I just wanted you to know that while this beautiful, profound event was going on, there was another beautiful event. You and your husband, Henry, We're spending time together alone.
We sure were. We took a little trip before I went down to Norfolk. There's us.
Look how happy y'all are.
I know.
Look at you. This is who took that picture? Who took that picture?
Amanda Sidman took that picture. We were there for a shoot, which was really beautiful. too. But
I like those pictures, though. Those are framers right there.
It was really fun.
Can I tell you something profound that I heard, even though it's off point, but it struck me, and I was thinking about this with my own kids, our kids. If you have kids who are teenagers, so I was listening to a little TD Jake. Sometimes sometimes I'm in the mood midday, any day, and he was talking about eagles. He goes, I want to talk to you about eagles. And I was like, oh, I was listening. I respond, okay. He says,
did you respond out loud?
I go, okay.
Yeah.
So the eagle, the mother eagle sits on the eggs and nurtures them and warms them until they hatch. Okay, so wait. Doesn't move, protects, then flies and gets food for the eaglet and is trying to protect.
Okay.
And then there's a point where the mother eagle scoops up the baby eagle, takes the eaglet to a cliff and drops. And the eaglet's probably like, what are you doing? You've been loving and protecting me. The same beak that fed me is now dropping me. That little eaglet flaps and flaps and flaps and flaps and flaps and flaps its wings until it flies. And it reminded you that if you were to listen to the little one, stay in the nest. Okay, you're not so scared. You stay here. You stay here.
Yeah.
That little eaglet would never fly, but it shows you that sometimes when we're trying to we think we're protecting our children, but we're harming them.
Yeah, totally.
And I was just thinking that, like, sometimes we have to let them fly or help them.
Yes.
Don't say it's safer here. You got to be careful because, we always say safety first. But should safety always be first?
Yeah.
Maybe safety should be second or third.
Yeah, love.
Yes.
Unconditional love so that they see in themselves that they can be brave.
Yes.
But I can't believe that mother has to drop the eaglet off
but she
a
knows,
cliff.
and she knows, and then it comes back. Can you imagine?
What if it doesn't?
It does. They always do. They just fly, baby. They fly. They fly.
They
roll
fly.
with it. Roll with it. Okay.
You told me some real hot juice this morning about Emily Ratajkowski.
Well, okay, I'd read this. She's on the cover of this month's Vogue's Spain, and she's talking about her dating life, especially because there have been those pictures of her and Harry Styles locking lips.
Yeah. So this is what she said. She said, I'm just a person who's gone from a 3-year relationship to a 4-year relationship. So this is the first time in a long time that I've been in a dating stage.
Right. So she's just saying, give me a break.
Yeah.
I'm dating, and so I'm dating around.
And I think when you have only been in long relationships, there is a period where you get over it.
Yeah, you want to be wild.
And you want to date as many people as possible.
Yeah, because you know why? You've had the same routine.
Yes.
And then all of a sudden you can see like, oh, variety.
Yes.
Wow.
What about you?
But there is something kind of fun about the early stages because it's like when you've been with someone for years, they know every mood, they know every shadow, they know every dark side. It's like when you start, everything's fresh.
Yes.
You have no shadows. They're there, but the person
they're
initially,
hidden.
they're hidden, which is fun.
You don't eat carbs the way you really eat carbs because you don't want to disgust them.
Because
remember that?
Yes, I do.
I haven't had that in a long time.
You haven't been concerned about, like, what would I look like when I'm eating? Of course not.
No.
But I don't think you were early on.
No, not really.
Not you.
Because I love a carb.
All right, we got 1 week until
New Orleans.
All right, we cannot wait. Come party with us.
Okay,
This is
really
important.
fun.
Yeah.
If you happen to be celebrating a bachelor or bachelorette party, or any other festive occasion for that matter, in New Orleans this
coming weekend,
come and have a little fun with us. All you have to do is hit the Hoda and Jenna. Go to hodaandjenna.com and hit the connect
By the
button.
way, do you know how many bachelor and bachelorette parties there are this weekend in New Orleans coming up? A ton.
1 million.
Yes. Speaking of just, fun congratulations and bachelorettes,
bachelors.
we got a big congratulations to our girl, Sydney. Our researcher got engaged over the weekend.
Look.
Sid, how are we feeling?
So happy, over the moon.
Oh, look at him.
Wait, did y'all get in a
flower shop?
Yes, he knows me so well. I love
He
flowers.
asked you in a flower shop? That's
Yep.
so romantic.
It was incredible, filled with flowers and candles, photos of us, all of our family.
Oh my God.
You know what, Sydney? You're loved, but we've always known that.
Yeah, we
All
sure
right, guys.
have.
All right, look who's in the house, y'all. One of our favorite mamas, our Meghan Trainor is here.
Oh, she's got a baby on the way, a new book, and she's going to spill some mom fashions right after this.
Y'all know she's all about that bass, but lately Meghan Trainor's been all about that baby.
Yeah, that's right. The Grammy winner is mom to 2-year-old Riley, and she has another bundle of joy on the way. She's written an honest look at pregnancy and motherhood in her new book, Dear Future Mama. Meghan, we're so happy you're here.
And your new baby's coming soon.
They're coming so soon.
How are you feeling about the new baby coming?
Nervous but excited.
Yeah?
Riley is like so sweet and gentle with all of his friends that I think he'll be so cute with the baby, but it's weird.
What about the process? Because I know that you went through some tough stuff with the
the
earlier
first
pregnancy.
was so different. I know they're all so different, but that one I had gestational diabetes with, and this one I don't.
Wow. Okay.
I found this incredible dietitian who's amazing, Christine Morel, and she's in the book giving like amazing recipes. I have an incredible trainer. I'm so fortunate that I get to work with these brilliant women, and she's pregnant with me now, and we're doing workouts together. It's so cute.
You know, it's so, this book is so interesting because it's like kind of all those things that you wish somebody had told you.
And my first pregnancy, I was like scared to go on the treadmill. I was like, I'm going to shake it up too much. Yeah.
And so do you feel like you have a whole different sort of attitude this time around?
Yeah, going in round 2, I was like, I got this. I'm a new body. I'm a new woman. But this one was tricky. Yeah. It's just like I'm feeling so much more. I don't know. I'm feeling a lot of like ligament pain, and I don't know, but we're great.
The physical part of childbirth is in this book and well documented, but there's also an emotional part of it that I think people always say, oh, it's the baby, but there is a process that can really be taxing.
This book is really awesome. I have an amazing co-writer, Nora McInerney, who made sure that we focused on the mamas.
Yeah.
Like, we're not forgetting about mamas, and it's not just, here comes a new baby. It's like, you matter, you are important. And mental health, there's a huge chapter in there because it was a big debate, do I stay on my antidepressants or not? And it was very safe. I got it approved by all my doctors. And but my first OBGYN, this guy was like, oh, you could throw those candies away. And I was like,
yeah, and by the way, that's a really important conversation to have because there are many women who don't know what's okay to do when they're pregnant. And I think sharing that, and then also
they may not have the resources to find out.
Yeah,
right?
I
had
had so
also
many
sharing
questions.
what happened after, because you had sort of a tricky recovery.
Yeah, he came out, Riley came out asleep, and that's what they literally called it. They were like, he's sleepy, and I was like, wake him up. Like, what do you mean?
He wasn't crying.
And there's some people were like, oh, it's because you're on your antidepressants, and my doctors who I called them was like, you said nothing would happen, and they're like, there's no science that backs it up. They're just pointing fingers and nobody, so I just felt so much shame. I just had a crazy surgery and I'm on all these drugs and I feel miserable and I'm like, to get pointed at and was like, it's your fault that your kid's asleep. And my doctor who did the C-section was like, C-sections are gnarly. Like the baby had trauma coming out.
Yes.
It's like, it happens all the time and it's unpredictable and you did nothing wrong. And I was like,
Good.
thank you.
Yeah. How is Riley, by the way?
He's perfect.
The best, right?
He's brilliant, genius, sweet little boy. And I was like, oh, he's so perfect. We got to make more of these. Come on, you know?
How do you guys get him ready? Have you introduced?
Get him ready, yes. We because my belly's getting bigger and bigger, and we point to it and we say, what's that? And he's like, baby. But at first he was like, baby, to his belly. And I was like, no, it's just this one. Don't go up to people and say baby.
Well, you and your husband, Daryl, have an extremely close relationship. A lot of people like relationship goals. He's over here. He's
so nervous.
Why is he nervous? Hi, Daryl.
Are you
How
nervous,
are
Daryl?
you?
I just know what they're about to bring up.
What are they about to bring up?
We were just going to say that y'all do everything together, including
one thing, but they got famous reviews, which was the
toilets.
Yeah.
You have 2 toilets in the same bathroom?
Is that just
Why? Why don't you just?
We're best friends.
We're best friends.
You ever go
We
to the
pee
bathroom with your
together.
best friend?
but just pee?
You know,
keep
like,
it and pee.
yeah. He's nasty, so I let him take his time. But back here, every time I go pee, he's like, "Would you like a friend?" I'm like, "Yes, come with me." I don't know. You know how you're with your girlfriends and you're going out, and you're like,
totally.
I don't want to go alone. That's me with my main best friend in life. That's my partner. That's my everything. We do everything together.
Oh, it's so sweet.
Oh,
How do you guys keep your marriage a priority with a?
Everyone said you would lose time when you have babies, but we gain time because it makes you so tired you want to go to bed early. So as soon as he's in bed at like 7:30, we run to go like shower, put PJs on, cuddle in bed, and we go date night. And then it's like 8 to 10 p.m. every night we get to hang out.
Okay, that is the cutest. By the way, that's actually a great time to do that.
The problem is when your kids get older and then they want to stay up till 9, and
Or
then
they
that's
wanna
your
come in.
bedtime. Or they want to come in, and you're
I
like,
can't imagine.
It happens. You will imagine.
I will imagine.
Okay, wait. We have got more with Megan. She's going to help us play a mom edition of Tool Time.
Oh, we're gonna like this.
Right after this.
Coming up tomorrow,
we catch up with Grammy-winning superstar Toni Braxton.
Plus, singer Madison Beer on life in the spotlight and her revealing new memoir.
And Bobby's back with her best for last.
That's all Tuesday on Hoda and Jenna.
We are back with our favorite Megan Trainor, and in honor of her new book, Dear Future Mama, and her baby on the way, we are putting a spin on one of our favorite games.
Megan, it's called Tool Time, the Baby Edition. All right, so we're gonna pull a baby gadget out of each bag, and we all have to guess what it's used for. We won't know either. All right, here's the first one.
I should know, right? Immediately
Okay,
know.
is that everything?
What
Oh, wait,
is
there's
that?
more. One for you, one for you. Here's one for you. Okay, so what is this
Could it be for baby or for mama too? Because I feel like it just holds.
Oh, I know.
My bump up, right?
Oh, is it a chin strap?
No.
Or could
What is it?
oh,
It's
is
a
it a
bump
holder?
holder. It's like a, yes, I
Is
think
it
you're
a bump
right. Let's
holder?
see what it is.
No.
Lasso diaper changer. Oh my God, around the neck.
What?
Wait, you put their legs in here.
Oh, that's genius! I
Wait a
need
minute,
this
they're
for
little
Riley.
feet. Yes.
Wow.
Brilliant. Okay.
Never seen anything
All
like
right.
that. Okay.
Yeah, bag number 2.
Okay.
Number 2.
All right.
Oh, we think we know what this is, right?
Wait, what is it?
Yeah.
Booger sucker.
Yeah.
I couldn't do
Yes.
it. I can't
You have
do
to-
it.
meaning you have
I
to
do
inhale.
everything but boogers. I let
But
Daryl take care of
you
that.
have to. It's a yeah. it is
Daryl, do you want this?
It's a nasal respirator.
He loves this
By the
thing.
way, you have to be careful because if you do it too hard, it really hurts the baby.
Oh, yeah,
It really
hurts the
does.
baby.
They said you got to
Oh,
be
yeah.
real careful.
Daryl tried it
Okay,
once.
you open
and
number
it was
3,
torture.
Megan.
Okay. Immediately, I have no idea. Let me
Okay.
see.
What you got in there?
One for each of us.
Okay, what is it?
What is this?
It's a light.
Oh, it's
okay,
a
let's
light?
guess. Oh, light goes off and on.
Oh, look.
It's a projector.
It's an arrow.
It's a projector.
It's a projector for.
Wait, oh, look. Nemo.
Oh, what is this?
Okay. It's
what's
got to go
it
on their
for?
crib.
Oh,
the toilets to potty train.
Oh, brilliant!
Was I right?
You're right.
Oh, look, because there's a poop.
It's a target.
There's a poop.
And
Do you need the poop?
I need this as well.
Wait, and here's a tenant. Oh,
There's a poop.
Do you want the poop one?
Yeah, I think they get all of them.
You get all of them.
Oh, you get any one you want?
Click.
That's so cute.
Brilliant. I need this. Thank you.
Okay, especially for boys, as we know.
Wow,
All
I
right,
got
Megan,
one.
why don't you open the last one just
Okay.
for fun? You're good at this game.
These are good, man.
Yeah.
I've never seen these.
Okay.
What is this thing?
I don't know. You hang it.
Oh, wait, you put your mouth
Hang
in
it on something.
Does it
You
play?
put your mouth
It
on
plays
it?
music.
No. Wait, on.
Low.
Let's turn it on high.
It won't. It doesn't have batteries.
You have to push something.
Okay.
Is this a
Oh, wait.
shower?
Wait, I got it.
What?
Hold on. Something beep.
Oh, it. Oh, a saxophone.
Oh, it's a musical instrument synthesizer.
How do you do that?
That's so
Slide.
cool. I literally thought it was for when dogs bark. And you're like, don't bark.
Oh, and you squeeze it. Vibrato.
Are babies supposed to play with this weird thing?
Yeah.
My baby was in a music class at 3 months, and I was like, he can't sit up. Why are we here?
Totally.
All right, guys, pick it up. Megan's new book, it's called Dear Future Mama, out tomorrow. You can find it on today.com/book or anywhere where you get your books.
Yes, it's
Thank
such
you,
a beautiful
Megan. We
portrait.
love you.
Such a
wanna
gift
be
to all
y'all.
the mamas. Coming up next, y'all, we've got an awesome surprise planned for 2 college-bound best friends. You do not want to miss this.
A good one.
Really good. Right after this. Right now, high school seniors across the country are preparing for the next big adventure, going to college. And while it's an exciting time, it can also be nerve-wracking.
In just a moment, we are going to meet 2 college-bound besties, Louisa and Cindy. They are going through this process together, but first, a little more about their journey to get here.
My name is Luisa Bautista, and I am going to Boston College. I'm really excited for me to get to this point. There was a lot of sacrificing, a lot of tears. I used to tell my mom, look, the most important thing to me is coming to the United States to pursue my education. My mom brought me here for a better opportunity. When I first came here, my grades were not great. I did not know English. I was bullied a lot because of my accent. I felt like I didn't belong. But then teachers and faculty members and students started talking to me and showing me things and teaching me different ways that educated me to who I am now. I want to pursue in college criminal justice and political science, and then transition to law school. I want to be a prosecutor, mainly for cases that have to do with domestic abuse. As a person that have been through that, I know how it feels not having the right legal representation for those type of cases. So I do want to help my community and my people to be able to get that justice.
By Lucia's side throughout this process is Cindy Queller. Together on this journey, the 2 have formed a beautiful friendship.
Hi, my name is Cindy Queller. I'm going to Boston University. I'm super excited. I never thought that I would say that. It was my dream. It's just so crazy. I came to the United States about 3 years ago. I wanted to get bigger opportunities, I would say, and I wanted to get a new experience. Living in Colombia was a whole journey for me. At first, I was super excited, but then as I came here, I was like, oh my God, like I miss my mom, I miss my country, I miss my people. It's been super hard. I feel that my mom has always been that. She has always said, I know you can do it, because sometimes I doubt myself. I can be like, oh my God, do I really deserve this? Am I really gonna make it? But she can be like, no, I know you're gonna make it, I'm here for you. I found that I am able to do amazing things and to accomplish amazing things. Once I graduate, I wanna go back, help my people. I wanna empower where I come from. I wanna empower who I am, and I just wanna showcase everyone who I am and the diversity that I hold.
Beautiful.
We're so happy.
We want to say congratulations to you both. Louisa, Boston College, Cindy, BU. Guys, can you just tell us, you know you're going to your dream colleges. What does it feel like?
It feels excited. It feels like a dream. Like I'm still dreaming.
You think about what you've done in the last 5 years to get where you are now.
It's a long journey. I'm so excited. I'm gonna be next to her too because
We're rivals.
Yes, we're gonna be together. It's just amazing.
I wonder, how have you all supported each other? Because coming to this country can't be easy. You miss your mom, I know you do. How have you all supported each other through this process?
Well, became friends junior year. She was a transfer from classical to our school, and I remember I was having a tough situation and year in our school. So literally, she was sitting alone in lunch, and I'm like, I'm gonna go talk to her. She was alone, and I sat down with her, and from there, just clicked. It was just.
I mean, when you talk about feeling left out or feeling bullied, how did you make your way through that difficult part of school?
When I first came to the United States, I didn't speak any English. When I first came to, I try to speak it or try to engage with people in the language, but people didn't engage with that. They were like, "Oh, she is from another country," and they bully me because of how I spoke, my accent. They interfere with that a lot. So it was really hard. I used to cry to my mom every day, and I'm like, I need to go back to my country. I don't feel safe here. I don't want to be here. So I never thought I was gonna get to where I am now.
You know what? That's because of y'all's grit and determination, your hard work, and also I'm sure the teachers at KIPP, where you go in Massachusetts, how did they make you feel seen?
Amazing. They're amazing. We have the support that we need. They're always gonna be there. Our counselors, our teachers, the staff is just so amazing. I'm so glad that I came to KIPP and that I got to meet so amazing people, so many amazing people.
Well, we have some of your loved ones here, as you know. We've got your dad, Cindy, and your mom.
Come on out.
Come on. You want to sit next to everyone sit next to their lovey.
Next to your loved one.
Are you guys so proud? How proud are you of your little girl?
I thank you guys for my daughter. I am so proud for my daughter.
Marco, I know that she doesn't get to be with her mom, but how does it feel to watch your little girl soar?
Oh, amazing. It amazes me to see how she has overcome her challenges during these years in high school.
Well, we also have a little message, Cindy, for you from your mom. Oh my God. So can we take a look?
I really love you. I miss you. But I'm so proud of you for your work. God bless you. Don't forget, I love you. Te amo mucho, hija. Cuídate. Bye.
Okay, we're all crying.
Te amo mucho. What does that mean just to hear her?
Oh my God. I can describe it. I just talked to her this morning. She was like, "You got this, girl."
Oh, you got it. Well, we have a little something else, a little bit of news for you. You guys don't know this, but we're about to reveal something to you. You are both recipients of KIPP's Goldberg Scholarship. You're each going to receive $60,000. The scholarship is provided by the Sandberg Goldberg Berthel Real Family Foundation. So you have $60,000 going to your 4 years.
Which I know that college has gotten so
It's amazing. Like, oh my God, I can't believe this. I'm so grateful. I cannot describe it with words.
Oh my God.
I'm so happy.
Will that take a lot of pressure off of you all?
Yes, it did. Man.
Come in here. We also have to tell you, you also will be matched with a mentor
Yes.
who is a successful leader in their field.
Yeah.
And you'll have support and network and help you get internships and job opportunities.
So there'll be somebody who has succeeded in your field who's going to hold your hand and walk you through to make sure that you guys are successes too.
And y'all are our future leaders.
Yes.
We're so proud of you.
And and thank you to the
Thank
parents.
you.
Y'all
Thank
are
you.
amazing. What you
Thank
guys
you,
do.
guys. And thank you,
For all
ladies.
your
Thank you.
sacrifices. We love you.
Thank you.
Love you.
Thank you.
Love
Thank
you
you.
all.
Love y'all.
So happy. That was so awesome.
Amazing.
All
Thank
right.
you guys. Coming up next, the queens of stylish organizing.
Clea Shearer and Joanna Teplin of the Home Edit. We're going to pass them Kleenexes too after this. For 8 years, the Home Edit has been reinventing the way we get organized. They got more than 8 million followers. Clea Shearer and Joanna Teplin share inspiration from organizing the fridge, to your drawers, to your nightstands.
By the way, they inspire me every
Yes.
day. I like to watch
Yes.
the things. They also have a hit Netflix show featuring celebs like Reese Witherspoon and Khloe Kardashian. And they've got 2 New York Times bestselling books with a 3rd on the way and a new podcast.
And now, here's some news. Clea and Joanna are coming to a city near you. They are hitting the road on tour. Their first
That
stop
is
is
so
right
much
here.
fun.
I love y'all are taking this show on the road.
Yes,
are.
You're invited, and you might be hosting it, actually.
Yes, we have no
What are
idea.
y'all gonna do? Tell us about this show.
We are going to have tons of special guests. We're going to have a lot of audience interaction, telling our crazy stories.
Crazy antics,
life on the
organizing
road.
tips. We're
Yes.
just so excited, and tickets went on sale today.
They did?
Yes, today.
HomeEdit.com/tour.
Yeah.
So we're very excited.
How much
Well,
fun.
I know this tour was a long time coming. I know that this was originally planned for last year, and then you ended up getting sick, and now I know we're on the mend.
Yep.
How are we feeling?
We are feeling great.
Yeah.
And evidenced by the name of the tour is Summer of Fun, because last
Yes.
summer, not fun.
Yeah.
This summer, only fun.
Can we ask you, was there something you sort of did like that helped you get the support you needed? Because I wonder, like, for people that have friends that are suffering with anything.
Yeah.
Is there a best way?
Did you ask?
Yeah. Did you
Flat out
say, hey
ask?
guys, I might need you?
I did not. I'm not good at asking for help. I'm like the help giver. So it's very hard to reciprocate or to have it be on me. But I think that everyone knows to jump in. Everyone knows to check on you. And I would just say, make sure to also check on the family of someone.
I remember when I interviewed you, I remembered in my eye line, you were looking right at me. And the tears that were coming from her, and I knew, first of all, I knew y'all were best of friends, but it was amplified. And sometimes it's harder being the best friend than the person going through it.
I don't think it's harder.
Well, but it's really hard.
Yeah.
You
For
know,
someone
to be
you love.
a partner, a spouse, a best friend, a family
watch.
member.
Oh,
Yeah.
very hard to watch. Absolutely.
Okay.
But she's on the mend.
Yes, we're so happy.
So how you guys work together, obviously. You've created this incredibly successful business. You both have type A organizing
Yes.
personalities.
I would say that's right.
So do I. How do you guys keep your friendship still
Intact.
strong?
Yeah.
Yes. And not
I think we both just accept each other as exactly as they are.
Yeah.
So like I don't have any false expectations. Clea is always gonna be the last person at a party. I'm gonna always be the first one out. So like we just accept each other. You meet where you are.
Someone where
exactly
they are.
where they are, and you don't have false.
And you don't
expectations.
sweat the small stuff.
No.
You don't have time
And
for
you
that.
do you have plenty to talk about that is not about the home edit?
all the time.
What else?
I don't know. We text all morning, all night, like, and then we're together all day.
Yeah.
So
And you're texting not about work. You're texting about friendship.
I don't even know. What are we even talking
I
about?
don't even know. We're like a big Seinfeld episode. We don't have anything.
No,
We're-
I don't
we're about
even know.
nothing.
And by the way, your podcast, the description, can you
Yes.
just read it? It says, let's dig in on loud chewers, hard pass, mom nonsense of the week, what we're shopping for at 3 a.m., every travel tribulation, and what we're binge watching. Do y'all really shop at 3 a.m.?
I do.
Yeah, we do.
What are you getting?
Okay, well, lately, because of the tour, I'm buying outfits. But normally, I love buying, I sneaker shop at 3.
You sneaker shop.
For what kinds of sneaks? What do you like?
Oh, I run
All of
the
it?
gamut. I love like an Air Force One to like
Wow.
a cute designer sneak.
Definitely.
Whose closet do you want to get your hands on that you haven't
Michelle
yet?
Obama, if you're listening.
Oh, really?
Yeah, if you're listening,
If anyone
Michelle.
knows.
Yeah.
Yeah, but also, I mean, we would take Beyonce, Oprah.
Yeah.
I have a weird feeling they're organized. Do you think?
Yeah.
Oh, I think
Definitely.
We actually asked
that's
true.
Mr. President, and he did say Michelle's more organized than he is.
Yeah,
so.
I also think she has a stylist that helps probably keep it that way.
I think
right?
that's right.
Yes.
That's right. She might be really busy, so yes.
But it would be fun to see all of her clothes.
Yes.
I like that.
Okay, stay right there, y'all. Because Clea and Joanna, they've been wearing gloves and a hazmat suit.
Why?
They've been cleaning out your nasty little. They found some
little
things
what?
that were moldy.
Nasty
I'll
little
just put
what?
it that way. They've been cleaning out her desk, and we have help to help you clean out yours as well. Right after this.
Nasty little. You're a little nasty little. We are back with the home edit duo, Clea Shearer and Joanna Teplin, who are hitting the road for their Summer of Fun tour.
Okay, and they've been really busy this morning. We just appreciate everything you've done, putting your health at risk. Working on a surprise for Hoda. So first, you already did Hoda's office across the street. She has we both have little dressing rooms.
Yeah.
Hoda's, I've cleaned out some, but it really needed it. So tell us what y'all did.
What was wrong with it?
Well, let's start with what we found.
Okay.
These.
Wait, what?
Yeah. This is not good.
What is that?
Oranges from your fridge.
Oh, wait. Satsumas were good at one point.
I know.
Do you know
It's not at this point.
Do you remember the last time you did it and you found a hummus with a paper clip?
Yes. You sure do.
Yep.
Wait, was that really in there?
Yeah, it was. In
Me
fact,
too.
I'm gonna.
At least they're friends.
I'm gonna 86.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, wow.
So
y'all
how long
are
did it take y'all to
bold.
organize it? This is here it is, Hoda.
Yeah.
This is
This is the before.
No, it is not.
Yes,
This is before.
Yes.
This is before.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Okay.
No,
what's
and
happening?
our amazing team is in there.
I don't know why they're not
wait.
wearing masks.
Jen and Indigo is
You went
our
into
New
that
York
drawer?
team.
What was in there?
Well, we had
A
some
lot of
oranges.
stuff.
Nope.
No,
Is that
that
where
was
that
in the
was?
fridge.
Oh.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay, so here, can we see the before counter, and then let's take a look at the after counter,
I'm
please.
dying to see.
Before?
yeah.
Okay. And may
Okay.
we see the after, please?
There we go. Okay.
We're talking
Nice
about it.
and clean.
And there's some really easy tips that everybody can
What?
do.
Would you please tell me?
Yes.
What did
yes.
you do?
So let's use an acrylic desk riser.
Yes, please.
Yes.
Okay,
You
this
get-
right here is G.
I want this
amazing.
so bad.
Isn't it pretty?
Yes.
You get everything up and lifted off so that there is no clutter on the
And
desk.
you
and
can
it has
Yep.
drawers.
And you can
also
see
can
what's
see everything,
there.
so you keep
Yeah.
it clean.
It's
Yes,
the
exactly.
best.
And it has compartments.
Yes.
It's a 2-in-1. The other tips that we love to implement are having baby bins inside drawers. So any sort of drawer divider so that you don't get a junk drawer. This
Yeah,
way you
no
have your
junk drawer.
pens in one area, tape, scissors. Everybody has their own.
By the way,
happy
I love
space.
the rainbow look y'all do. I'm
help
sorry,
it.
but just the rubber bands and the
Just
pens and
happy.
everything.
I want colorful happiness in everybody's
I know.
drawers.
That's right. You
Wait.
just feel good.
But also, order can be fun.
so fun.
Really?
We think so.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, and
What's
another great tip for your drawers, or really you can use it anywhere, museum gel. It just is a little putty that goes on the bottom so that when you open the drawer, things don't slide around.
Wait, what do you mean museum gel? What are you talking about? So what do you
literally
do with that?
You just put it at the bottom of the little
You just
bin.
take it.
Oh, so the
You
bins
stick it on the bottom.
Stick it
And that
so
way,
that-
when you open the drawer, it doesn't
Okay,
rattle around.
so
Jenny,
I-
this might be for you.
Yeah, that's for me.
That's
Yeah.
cool. So I saw that you did the top of my desk, which was, I don't even know what was there, and I'm sorry about that. What about those drawers? Did you put those things in there?
Absolutely.
Oh, okay.
Yes. Oh,
So
you're
you
going to
redid the
come back.
drawers.
It's going to be a whole new you.
Wait, and the coffee station?
The coffee station is beautifully organized.
I
as
know
well.
that
Wait,
one.
look at the drawer.
Yeah, look at that
Wait,
drawer.
that's the before.
That's the
Remember
before.
I told you?
Yeah, that's the
And
after.
That's the, what
can
about
we-
all that stuff? Is it, is
No.
it just gone?
Not all of it.
You did something very cool, which because she has a lot of paperwork, obviously, you made a really cool sort of in and out paperwork system for her.
So this is a vertical system for your inbox and your outbox. So like an incoming script that you have to go over,
Okay.
something like that can go in here. And then when you're done with it, just use your file folders down at the bar.
Throw it away if it's trash.
Or throw it
You know
away.
what? That's actually a good point. Because sometimes I think I might need that. I might use that. All right.
Well, and we know, Hoda, you love sentimental items. So with
Yes.
sentimental items, you don't have to get rid of them. You work with the vertical space. So you use
Which
the
we did in
wall.
your closet.
Your closet. No, we did that in our closet too. But yes.
So you hung up
You
stuff?
hung,
Yes.
They hung some things.
You almost said. You know, you almost said they hung
I
up.
didn't.
Yes, you
I did not almost cuss. Don't put a bad word in my mouth.
Yes, you
They
said.
hung some things.
We did.
Okay.
We did. Yes.
Well, you guys are amazing. And these little gadgets are smart too. For
Just places to put things so it
Exactly.
looks beautiful.
Because if they're all over your desk, I think it demotivates you. You know,
Yes.
it's hard to work with clutter. So anytime you can use any bit of storage opportunity to get things up off the desk, do it.
Brilliant, brilliant.
Yeah.
You guys, can I just say thank you? And also, we can't wait to see you on the road.
Yes,
They're
I'm
going to
so
go
excited.
in July. It's going to be amazing, and they're going to pack the house. You probably got to get
Sold
your
out.
tickets.
Get them today. Yeah, and Joanna, we're so happy y'all are
Yes.
healthy and
Love
back
you.
here. Will you come do my toy closet?
anytime.
Okay.
Anything
you
Clea
want.
and Joanna's new book, Stay Organized, drops this September, so hopefully they'll be back then. And you can pre-order it right now at today.com/books.
And we'll be back right after this.
Thank you.
Tomorrow, music superstar Toni Braxton will be here.
Plus, singer Madison Beer, she's going to open up in a new memoir.
And Bobby's going to bring us her beauty bag full of bests for less.
Y'all, today was a beautiful show.
I
It's
loved
Monday,
today.
and tomorrow will be Tuesday. Bye.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, we're coming in this early, right? Everybody, it's Today. Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
I woke up smiling on my face. No care, no trouble in my way. The sun is shining where I go. That's how I know. Yeah, that's how I know. Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be a good day.
Welcome to Today. So happy to see you guys. Would you like my boost?
Yes.
Back. Here we go.
Sometimes we just do things to help.
That's our Hoda.
Happy birthday. We got an awesome crowd, y'all.
Buongiorno today, all day. Who doesn't love Italian food? Well, up next on Hashtag Cooking, Sama is putting her own spin on two classic Italian dishes. First, a crispy breaded eggplant that's baked, not deep fried, and gluten-free. Then she whips up a vegan version of a classic pasta dish. Oh yeah, mangia.
So when I said cacio e pepe, really, I meant cashew e pepe. Huh? Am I the only one who laughs at my own jokes? All hail Italian food. I love it. Some traditional Italian dishes do have a lot of dairy, so I wanted to create some of my favorites with a plant-based twist. Today I'm going to show you how to make a breaded eggplant that uses almond meal instead of breadcrumbs in a really delicious and creamy vegan cacio e pepe. This is Hashtag Sama's Italian. Eggplant is a vegetable I kind of tend to forget about the second it enters my kitchen. So, to use up all of my forgotten eggplant that I've been finding in my fridge, I wanted to create something that had the breading of an eggplant parm, but the snackability of something like a slice of bruschetta. So, enter my breaded eggplant. The first thing that we're gonna do is slice our eggplant. Got a cute eggplant here. Just gonna trim the end off and start slicing. Here's a little tip. You don't actually need to salt your eggplant. Traditionally, you'd salt your eggplant to get rid of that bitterness, but nowadays, the bitterness has been bred out of eggplant. I'm slicing my eggplant into little slices that are about 1/4 inch thick. Perfect. So happy I'm using up my forgotten eggplant. It's just been sitting in there for so long. Okay. I'm gonna let my eggplant hang out here while I make my little egg mixture. I wanted my breading to have a lot of flavor on its own, so in addition to my almond meal, I'm gonna add some of my favorite spices. I'm using almond meal or unblanched almond flour for this recipe, which still keeps the skin on the almonds. I find that this is really nice to add texture, and it's a great replacement for breadcrumbs. The cayenne is gonna add a little heat, and the turmeric and cumin are my favorite pairing. We cannot forget our salt and pepper. What is life without some salt and pepper? It'd be very unseasoned and boring. Little salt and some freshly ground black pepper. I like that the turmeric is also gonna add some nice yellow color to this eggplant. Just gonna whisk this until it's nice and well combined. I want the breading to be really flavorful, and so I'm mixing it super well so no piece of eggplant goes unseasoned. That would be really sad. Also super bold of me to wear a white shirt when I'm using turmeric. This is how I live on the edge, okay? Beautiful. The breading is happy. Now time to beat an egg. We want to whisk the egg until it's completely uniform. We don't want any separation between the yolk and the white. This looks nice and uniform. A perfect little bath for my eggplant. Now it's time to assemble. This eggplant has really been on a journey, from being forgotten in the fridge to going down the line to flavor. I mean, lucky eggplant though. We want to dip it straight in this egg mixture. Make sure it's really well coated. Now we don't want any excess egg on the eggplant, so I'm just gonna let it drip out just like this. We want a really nice and even coating of the breading, which is why we're doing this. And now we're gonna put it straight into our breading. Into the parchment paper we go. Now we're just gonna repeat. This is a way better fate for your eggplant than the trash, I'm just saying. Last one. Getting a little emotional. Don't worry about those guys though, I promise I will bread them later. We are ready for the oven. Look at those colors, look so pretty. I'm popping these in at 375 degrees for 30 minutes. Make sure to flip them halfway through. I think we all need to take a moment just to look at the color alone. Look at that yellow from the turmeric, the little golden crispness on the edges. I'm like drooling already. I really can't wait to eat them. These are perfect on their own, honestly, because they have so much flavor in the breading, but I love to use them as a vehicle for my toppings of choice. This could be a bruschetta, this could be a pesto, even just a little tahini drizzle with some salt is so good. Today, I'm gonna use a bruschetta and a pesto. By the way, you can make your own for sure, but if you wanna buy store-bought too, totally fine with me. Again, what a bold choice of me to cook with turmeric and wear white. Like, I love taking risks. Okay, I'm gonna add some pesto. Spread that on really nicely. These would make a great app or a side at your next party, or even if you're just partying by yourself. They'd make a great appetizer for you. That's fine. We love that. We love a party of one. These are even good dipped in some marinara sauce, just keeping it super simple. There's so much you can do with them. They taste good with basically everything. For my bruschetta. And because everything is better with a little salt, I'm gonna add some flaky sea salt on top. It's gonna taste really good, it's gonna add a little bit more saltiness, but it's also gonna look really pretty too. Just a little. You know, this eggplant, this middle one, it's not sure what it wants, so it's gonna get both. Whoever gets this piece, that's the lucky person at the party. I'm cracking myself up, okay. Okay, great. Can't forget a little salt on here. This screams, you need to take a picture of me. So I'm gonna listen. And again, feel free to use whatever toppings you want. This is truly very customizable to your liking and your flavor inclination. Or whatever you see at the store that you're like, that looks good, I'm gonna put that on my breaded eggplant. I support you. Even hummus? I just thought of that, even hummus? That's what I'm gonna top this with next time. Okay, I for sure got the shot. I got like 15, to be real with you. So now I'm gonna try one. Okay, I'm gonna go for it with this little guy right here. Okay, I'm ready. I hope you're ready. So good. I'm serving this at my next party. Even if it's just me, I'm just gonna serve it to myself. I deserve it. This was so yummy. And look what we created. The colors of an Italian flag. I mean, come on, look at that. So cute. I have a question. Are you dairy-free and miss the glory days of really creamy, cheesy pastas? Well, you're in luck because my next recipe, my vegan cacio e pepe, has you completely covered. I'm gonna go get the ingredients. Cacio e pepe is one of those dishes that everyone is obsessed with. But if you can't tolerate dairy, it's probably not high on your list. Don't worry though, I'm going to change that because this vegan cacio e pepe is truly going to blow your mind. First up, we're going to make our cashew parmesan. And yes, I did say cashew parmesan. To make this parm, we're using a base of cashews, raw cashews, and nutritional yeast for that savory, nutty, cheesy flavor. I'm going to start by adding my raw cashews into my blender. Make sure your cashews are raw and unsalted. Now for our nutritional yeast. Nutritional yeast is commonly used as a vegan cheese substitute because it's got this savory, nutty, cheesy flavor, a little bit of umami in there too. Make sure you buy the fortified version because that's the one that has a lot of vitamins and minerals. Now we need some spices. We've got to have a little seasoning. So, got some salt. Salt going in. And some garlic powder. Now, all we're gonna do, because my blender is truly my best friend, is blend it all up. Be careful though not to over blend. We just wanna blitz it a little bit so we get a nice fine powder, sort of like a Parmesan. And that's perfect. That took less than 10 seconds. Let me show you what it looks like. It smells so good. It's cheesy, it's nutty, it's savory. It's kind of like a nice fine powder, perfect for sprinkling on top of pasta. This makes a little bit more than I'll need for this recipe, so you can totally store this in the fridge for up to a week, top your popcorn with it, some salads. It's very versatile. And you know what? I'm gonna make my sauce in this blender too, so I'm just gonna transfer this out, keep it over here, don't have to wash any more dishes. I'm being lazy today, and that's okay. I still love myself. This is some #precious Parmesan. Can't waste any of it. So the reason I'm starting with the Parmesan is because the Parm is dry. The sauce is gonna be more creamy and liquidy, so that's why we're doing it in this order. Saving us some time, saving us some washing dishes. Now I'm done with my cashew parm. Time to make the sauce. I'm using soaked cashews to create this sauce. It's gonna make it really creamy, really luscious. When you soak cashews in water, it actually becomes a little bit more pliable and easy to just blend to very delicious sauces and fillings. Just soak them for an hour in hot water. I'm just gonna add them to my blender. Come on, you can do it. Because cashews are super buttery, they're really rich, I want something a little acidic and tangy to sort of balance that out. Fresh lemon juice, always. Now I'm gonna add my garlic. I'm using raw garlic here because I want that really punchy flavor. For that really nutty, savory, cheesy flavor, I'm gonna add some nutritional yeast into my sauce. Adding some salt. And listen, this is a cacio e pepe, after all, so we have to add some pepper. Freshly ground pepper, always. We want that bite. We want it to be really peppery and delicious and be sharp as well. Whenever I make this recipe, I skip my workout. This is it right here. A lot of pepper is necessary. Gonna finish it off with some extra virgin olive oil. And then, to help the blender move, I'm just gonna add a little bit of water, just to get the blender going. You may need to add more water later, but just check the texture of the sauce and then add more as you see fit. It's time to blend. I'm gonna add a little bit more water. Oh my god, it smells so cheesy already. I'm in love. Just a little. It looks so good. Sorry, that was a little dramatic. I have to show you this texture. I'm gonna give it one more good blend. Every time I make this recipe, I've made it so many times, but I'm always so shocked by how creamy it is without any of the dairy. It's magic. It's so good. I don't think it needs anything. Oh my god. Good for me. Okay, let me show you this texture. Oh, it's so peppery. It's like spicy almost, but still super savory and nutty. I love this so much. All right. Can't leave any sauce behind. I love a blender pasta sauce. It's so easy to throw together. Minimal prep, minimal ingredients. Look at how creamy and luscious that is. Sauce is done. Now I'm gonna go cook my pasta. now it's time to cook our pasta. I've already got my water boiling, and don't forget, we must salt our pasta water. Hashtag no bland pasta. It's not good. Okay, the water is ready for my pasta. Just so you know, most dry store-bought pastas are vegan, so if you're looking for that, great. But make sure you do check the label to make sure the variety you're choosing is. I'm using a vegan and gluten-free chickpea pasta. There's a lot of really great bean alternative pastas out these days, and I like testing all of them out. Let's talk about pasta shape. I am using a spaghetti here as an ode to the original. We've changed a lot of things already, but you know what? We're keeping it OG when it comes to the spaghetti, but you can use your favorite shape. I'm a helicopter pasta parent. You really do have to keep watching your pasta, especially if you're using an alternative pasta like a bean pasta, because if you overcook those for too long, it'll become a little gummy. Pasta is such a comfort food. In my household growing up, my parents would just alternate between making Indian food and pasta. That was like, that was all we had. It was Indian food or pasta. All right, I'm feeling good about this one. We're done. We're done. Woo! Here's what I want to do. I want to save some of that starchy water for later to add to the sauce and pasta to help thicken it and bind it. So I'm going to save some of that. Just a little for later. We love being prepared. And now I'm just going to use my tongs and transfer my pasta to my dish. And then I'm just going to mix the sauce all up. I'm really excited about it. This also keeps the starchy water on the pasta. Doesn't have far to go. Spaghetti's so cute. I love it. All pasta is cute. I don't discriminate. I love all pasta. You know what time it is. It's sauce time. Remember this? Remember our old friend, our cacio e pepe sauce from earlier? It's about to meet the pasta of its dreams. And now I'm just gonna add a touch of that pasta water just to help everything mix and combine, get really nice and creamy. Helps the sauce adhere to the pasta. Toss it together. Get the sauce around every single little bit of that spaghetti. I'd be sad if we didn't. And now, time for our cashew parmesan. Ready? I'm gonna mix some in and I'm gonna add some on top as well, just for a little bit of flavor, a little bit of aesthetics. Just like a traditional cacio e pepe, we wanna eat this immediately. We want it to stay hot, stay fresh. So I'm gonna serve this to myself right now. Is this generous? I don't care. Am I just like, are my eyes too big for my stomach? No, you'll want to eat this much, I promise. Okay. I'm gonna cut myself off there. And now, let me just make this look a little pretty with my fork. Twirl this around. And add a little bit of my cashew parm. And by a little bit of my cashew parm, I meant a lot bit of my cashew parm. And the dish wouldn't be complete without it, some freshly ground black pepper. Okay, I have a vision. I have a vision for a really cute fork twirl photo. I'm gonna work on that. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna do a video. I'm gonna do a video today. That's what's happening. Okay, ready? Okay, we got the shot. We got it. We got it. And you know what I also got? The perfect little spiral for me to eat. I'm going for it. It is so creamy. Like, I want you to know, this is so creamy. It's cheesy. You've got layers of flavor, right? You've got the buttery cashews creating this really creamy sauce. The black pepper makes it peppery, woody. It's got the sharp bite. And then that salty cashew parm, which I'm just gonna add more of for fun, really ties everything together. You really won't believe there's no dairy in this, I promise. Oh, and that garlic, though, that fresh garlic, it's so punchy. Makes it smell really good, makes it taste really good. Someone needs to hold me back, because I'll keep talking about this for the whole day. This is so delicious. I love creating these really fun plant-based twists on traditional Italian food. It's unique, it's fun, it's inventive, and it's super delicious. Oh, hey, I didn't see you there. But I'm so glad you're here because I have something I want to tell you. Hashtag Cooking is back with all new episodes, and I'm so excited to share my favorite recipes with you. This avocado cream pasta is literally one of my most popular recipes on my blog, and I honestly think it's because you just need a blender to make this super luxurious sauce. So, the base of it is our avocados. I'm using an avocado and a half for this recipe, so I'm gonna go ahead and start with that. All right, we're gonna scoop some of this avocado out. Look at how ripe and pretty that is. Go straight in there. This avocado is what's gonna add that super creamy element to this pasta. Now I'm gonna move on to my lemon, adding the juice of 1 full lemon in here. Make sure I catch all the seeds. This lemon is gonna really make it tart and acidic and bring out that zing, make it very bright and fresh. I'm gonna add some fresh basil and raw garlic. Yes, I'm using raw. It's gonna be really punchy and really bright. And I love garlic. There we go. A little bit of olive oil, just a bit. And now I'm gonna season it to taste with some salt, pepper, and red pepper flakes. Salt in there. Add as much chili flakes as you'd like. I love spice, so I'm going in with a lot, but you make your own choices, okay? Now, just to help everything get moving in the blender, we're gonna add a little bit of cold water. Make sure it's cold because we don't wanna brown the avocado. Just a bit, and I can add more and adjust to get it to the right consistency that I like. Now it's time to blend. Perfect. It is so luxe, you will not even believe it. Look at that. So creamy. Before I add this creamy sauce to my pasta, I'm gonna grab one more thing. Just grab some arugula from the fridge. I love adding this to this pasta because it gives this really nice peppery bite to it. All right, time to assemble. Got my sauce, gonna add this into my pasta. You might think you put cream in this, but you didn't, I promise. I'm gonna add my tomatoes. Just a little burst of something sweet in with this avocado cream sauce. Now I'm just gonna mix in my arugula. What's great about this pasta as well is that you can eat it immediately, but you can also refrigerate it to have as a pasta salad the next day. We love a leftover. We love a meal prep situation. Is that too much? There's never too much. What is a portion? Some freshly ground black pepper and a pinch of flaky sea salt. That is it. But one last thing. Can't forget to take a photo. I didn't do all of this for nothing. I love this. I'm gonna frame this. I'm gonna put this on my wall. Okay, here I go. Gotta get some arugula, some pasta in there. Okay. I love myself. It's so creamy, you honestly would never know that there's no cream or butter in this. It's crazy.
Yo, today, all day. Pucker up, because up next on Hashtag Cooking, it's all about lemons. Samadada making her favorite recipes with the versatile citrus fruit. Instead of turning lemons into lemonade, try making Sama's pasta salad with a rich and creamy lemon tahini sauce. Then for dessert, whipping up a lovely lemon loaf cake. Check it out.
I love the smell of lemons too. It's so fresh. I feel like I'm at a spa. But I'm making a cake instead, which is better for sure. So, everyone has been telling you to make lemonade out of the lemons that life has apparently given you. But you know what? You don't have to listen to those people. I'm sure they have good intentions, but they don't really know how to hashtag live laugh lemons. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna show you how to make two of my favorite recipes that use lemons, my lemon tahini pasta salad, which is zesty and bright, paired with some zucchini and tomatoes, and my gorgeous lemon loaf cake, which is fluffy and just lightly sweet, the perfect companion to your coffee or tea. Some things I think about. Are we calling a pasta salad a salad just so we can feel better about the fact that we're really just eating chilled pasta? Whatever the case, I'm on board, especially with this lemon tahini pasta salad. It pairs two of my favorite things together, tahini and lemon, for a fresh and light pasta that I guess we can call a salad. I'm using shallots, garlic, some tomatoes for sweetness, and a zucchini in here to make it a lot more flavorful and complex. I'm gonna start by just preparing all of my ingredients because I love being prepared and I love having my cooking process go a bit quicker. So we're gonna start with the shallot. I'm just gonna dice my shallot. If you don't have a shallot on hand, don't stress, don't worry, you can use a red onion. I'm just gonna slice this little end off right here. I'm gonna make little parallel cuts into the shallot. Watch your fingers, you need those. And then I'm gonna make perpendicular cuts right on top of the shallot, keeping this end intact so we can hold on to it. And then I'm just gonna dice. Gonna add my shallots back into their bowl, into their little home until I'm ready to use them. Probably doing this the dangerous way, but I'm living on the edge. All right, so I'm gonna mince some garlic. A really easy way to do this. You're gonna put your garlic on your cutting board, use the flat edge of your knife, smash it, and then we're just gonna mince. Yes, I am using a lot of garlic, and you're probably wondering, wow, Salma, that's a lot of garlic. Why are you using so much garlic? I love garlic. The residual outcome is sometimes like you end up smelling like garlic a little bit for the rest of the day, but it's a price we can pay for a flavorful pasta, you know? And now we're going back into my bowl, back into my home, my garlic home. Garlic like ends up being a bit of my perfume. Try to cook with it for a bit. I promise I still have friends. Still love me. even though I have some residual garlic scent. Now I'm just gonna slice my tomatoes in half. I'm using grape tomatoes here, but you can go ahead and use cherry if that's what you have on hand. The tomatoes are gonna add a nice pop of sweetness to this pasta, which uses tahini. It's a very earthy flavor, so we like having that balance. You can totally slice these tomatoes lengthwise, but I'm just gonna do them sort of like a globe because I think it looks prettier. It looks nice. Looks pretty. Okay, adding these back into my tomato home. All right, now I'm gonna cut my zucchini, trimming the ends off. You could also slice it lengthwise and then half it, but I like to do the full rounds here. I'm cutting the zucchini pretty thin because I want it to cook through pretty quickly and get nice and tender. I wanted to add zucchini to this recipe because zucchini is such a neutral tasting veggie. Like, it really absorbs a lot of the flavor of anything that it's kind of cooked with. So that's why this was the lucky pick for my vegetable addition in this pasta. My zucchini, tomatoes, shallot, garlic, everyone is ready. Now I'm just gonna heat some olive oil on my pan and start cooking the shallot. Once the oil shimmers, I'm gonna add my shallot. So my olive oil is ready, and now I'm just gonna add my shallot. I wanna cook the shallots for about 5 minutes until they get nice and tender and translucent and start to brown around the edges. You want it to smell really fragrant and aromatic. It smells so good. You'll notice that it's already starting to get some nice color. That's what we want. I wouldn't mind like smelling like a shallot, but somehow it's always garlic. Like, how did I get this fate? So I think what we figured out here is that I'm starting a perfume line. Eau de shallot, eau de garlic. All right, this is exactly what I'm looking for. It's starting to brown, it looks tender, it smells amazing. Now it's time for the garlic. We're going in. The reason we didn't add the garlic in with the shallots together is because garlic doesn't take that long to cook, so we didn't want the garlic to burn. That would be a problem. We want the garlic to cook in with the shallots for about 1 to 2 minutes, not too long. And then we'll be good to go. And don't forget to season with some salt and pepper. A little salt. Some pepper. I'm gonna go ahead and add my zucchini. I want to stir the zucchini in with the shallot and garlic so everybody becomes friendly. Everything is nice and incorporated. In case anything starts to burn, you can feel free to add a splash or two of water. I'm gonna add just a little splash of water. You'll notice when the zucchini gets a little bit more tender, it looks a little bit more flexible, a little more bendy. That's good, that's where we want it. These are looking nice and tender and translucent, and now it's time for the tomatoes. I don't want to cook the zucchini too much longer because they're going to cook with the tomatoes as well, so we don't want anything to burn. I'm going to add my tomatoes. Look how pretty! We want to cook the tomatoes to soften them, to release their juices, but we don't want to overcook them. I want them to maintain their shape, and if you cook them for too long, they'll break down. We're looking pretty good. The zucchini is really finding its moment. All right. My zucchini is tender, my tomatoes are juicy, these are done. I'm gonna set them aside to cool, and then I'm gonna work on my pasta. Now we're gonna cook our pasta. One very important step. Don't forget to salt your pasta water, or I will come find you. Okay. Make sure you cook your pasta according to the instructions on your package. And add my pasta in. While the pasta is cooking, I'm gonna make my sauce. This is a lemon tahini pasta salad, so the base of the sauce is going to be, you guessed it, lemons and tahini. I've got my tahini in this bowl. It's a very earthy flavor, so it's gonna pair super nicely with that bright and tangy acidic lemon. I'm gonna add my lemon juice. A good tip to get all of the juice out of your lemon and to loosen it up a bit is just to roll it before you juice. I'm gonna slice my lemon. Fresh. Now, I'm gonna juice it straight into my tahini. I am nothing without seasoning, and neither is this pasta, so we're gonna add some of my favorites. Got some cumin here. Red pepper flakes for a little bit of spice. Some salt. Then a little bit of freshly ground black pepper. I'm gonna whisk this up. You'll notice that the mixture will start to seize, meaning it's gonna be a bit tougher to mix it, which is why we have a little H2O to save the day. You wanna make sure your water is cold, and we'll just add a little bit at a time until it reaches your desired consistency. See how when you add that cold water, it becomes so much smoother and also helps you get everything well incorporated. You want it to be velvety and rich and smooth. Just gonna season it to taste because that's always important. We want to get it exactly where we want it. Taste a little. So good. Add a little more salt and a little more pepper. My sauce is done. And you know what's crazy? I finished making it before the pasta was even done cooking. I mean, let's talk about saving time in the kitchen. I'm gonna check my pasta. We're gonna be a bit of a helicopter pasta parent. Go fish for one. I can't even see, I'm too short. And you want it to be al dente, meaning you still want a bit of a bite in it. You can bite it or just break into it with your finger to see. Still needs a little bit more time. I'm gonna leave it in there for a little bit longer until it's a bit more cooked through. My pasta is done. Now before I drain it, I'm gonna save a little bit of that pasta water for later. This is gonna help bind and thicken my sauce in case I need it. I've sort of been waiting for this moment my whole life. It is time to assemble the pasta. Got my zucchini and tomatoes here. Just gonna add my pasta straight into my pan. Look at that. And just mix this around just to incorporate the pasta in with the veggies. I want to make sure that garlicky goodness and the shallots really coat that pasta well. A rogue pasta, no problem. And now it's time to add my sauce. I mean, look how creamy that is. It's like velvety smooth. See you later. Okay. I'm just gonna coat the sauce in with the pasta really well. We don't want any piece of pasta to feel lonely. It needs to have some sauce on it. This looks good. This looks well incorporated. This looks like everyone has become besties. It's time to plate. So I know this is supposed to be pasta salad, but a little fun fact, you can eat this room temp as well. So I'm gonna serve myself a bowl. I can't not eat it right now. And I'm gonna let the rest chill in the fridge. Gotta get that zucchini, those tomatoes. It looks so creamy, but there's no dairy in it. Isn't that crazy? This looks good for me. I'm gonna squeeze a little lemon on top, just for a little hint of tartness. A little extra. I mean, she looks cute, for sure. Time to take a picture. What's nice is that you've got so many colors going on. You've got the bright pop of red from the tomatoes, you've got the green from the zucchini. The pasta's like a nice canvas for all of it to sit on top of. Looks delish. Getting really up close and personal here. I don't think the pasta will mind. Okay, I got the shot, which means I need to eat. Okay, I'm going in. Gotta get a little bit of everything. Little tomato, little pasta. I'm gonna try and do this in a dainty manner. It's probably not gonna work. Okay. I mean, usually think of pasta as something that's pretty heavy, but you've got this brightness from the lemon that allows it to feel super light and refreshing. Tomatoes for sweetness, the zucchini for a little veg moment up in there. This is gonna go in the fridge. I'm gonna transfer it to a bowl, let it chill. Keeps really well in the fridge. It's also really nice to know you've got a little meal waiting for you in the fridge whenever you're hungry or just simply want a delicious pasta salad. Transferred everything to my bowl. I'm just gonna cover it. Now I'm gonna take it to the fridge to chill, and then when I come back, we're gonna make my lemon loaf cake. This lemon loaf cake is inspired by my parents' citrus trees in California. My dad tends to our lemon trees because he's the only one in my family with a green thumb, or at least he tries to have one. So I wanted to make a really delicious post-breakfast sweet treat for us to enjoy together. I've preheated my oven to 350 degrees, and I've also lined my little loaf pan with some parchment paper. I did this with cute little flaps so that you'll easily be able to lift the lemon loaf cake up after it's done baking. Now I'm gonna get started on my dry ingredients. I'm using some oat flour and some coconut flour. I really like this because oat flour is nice and hearty and coconut flour is light and absorbent, so they make a really nice pair. I'm just gonna add my coconut flour to my oat flour. I'm gonna add baking powder. I'm gonna whisk everything together. Oat flour and coconut flour are both gluten-free, so if you're into that, that's great. If you're not, I promise you'll still love this recipe, but make sure you do check your oat flour package to ensure you're using the gluten-free variety. We wanna whisk this until everything is nicely incorporated. Everything looks nice and incorporated, and now I'm gonna start on my wet ingredients. I'm gonna crack 2 eggs into my bowl. I'm gonna beat my eggs till they're nice and smooth. All right, this looks nice and smooth. And now I'm gonna work on my lemons. Our star, the lemon. First, I'm gonna zest the lemon into my eggs. What's really great with zest is that it adds this nice fragrance and aroma and adds a lot more of that lemon flavor, which we love for this recipe. The lemon zest smells so fragrant and delicious. It's really gonna amp up that lemon flavor in this lemon loaf cake. I only need about a teaspoon of lemon zest for this recipe, so that should be good. Now time for our juice. Gonna roll the lemon a bit to get more of that juice out. It's really prepped for this lemon loaf cake. I love the smell of lemons too. It's so fresh. I feel like I'm at a spa. But I'm making a cake instead, which is better for sure. Okay, my lemons are all juiced, and now I'm gonna add it straight into my egg and zest situation. Mix this up until it's nice and incorporated. Now I'm gonna add my melted and cooled coconut oil. Mix that up. To sweeten this recipe up, I'm gonna add some maple syrup. I like using maple syrup here because lemon is so tart and acidic and maple is warming and really just delicious and golden, so I find that it's a perfect match made in citrus heaven. A little vanilla extract. Little splash zone for the vanilla extract, no big deal. And finally, we're gonna add some coconut sugar. The coconut sugar sweetens this up even more, which we love for this lemon loaf cake recipe. I'm gonna just add my dry ingredients straight into my wet. Now I'm gonna fold everything together. You just wanna fold everything in together really gently so everything becomes nice and incorporated. You will know when it's done, when the batter is thick and sticky. We're looking pretty cute, to be honest with you. Just gonna transfer this batter into my prepared loaf pan. We're just gonna smooth the batter out in the pan, make sure it's evenly distributed. And because we're a fun kitchen here, we're gonna add a little more coconut sugar on top. Just for a little extra sweetness. You don't have to do this. I think you should do it. Okay, sad news. We do have to allow this loaf cake to leave us for a little bit. It's gonna take a little journey in the oven for 30 to 35 minutes until the edges are nice and golden brown. This is cooled for about 20 minutes, and because I love being prepared, as you know, got these cute little flaps which will allow me to just lift it straight up out of the pan and get to slicing. Which I'm gonna do right now. I'm gonna slice right into it. I am one of those people that loves a corner piece. Give me all of the corner pieces, all of the edges. That's my jam. I mean, you can't resist. I know you can't. Don't tell me you can't, because I know you're not telling the truth. It's pretty. Get a couple slices on my plate. No, I need a third for sure. I need a third. Okay. You can totally enjoy this solo, but I'm just gonna top it with a few berries, just for a little extra sweetness. Goes nicely with the lemons too. I mean, I think it's ready for its close-up. The berries add that nice pop of color as well. Got a blackberry out of place, excuse me. So pretty. I cannot wait to eat this. All I really need is a cup of coffee with this. That would really pair well. JP! Make my day, why don't you? I'm ready. Now I'm ready to eat this. Okay, I'm gonna get a little piece of the cake, a little berry. That is good. It's lightly sweet. Goes perfectly with the berries. The lemon adds that nice zing, that tartness. Maple is like that golden, warming, delicious taste. Don't let your coffee live without this. Whew. Hey guys, super busy, cooking up a storm, but I have something exciting to tell you. #cooking is back, so tune into Today All Day. Okay, I got some in the oven, I gotta go. See you later.
Hello Today All Day. Up next on Hashtag Cooking, Samadata making 2 protein-packed recipes with a pantry staple, canned chickpeas. First, she's going to use the chickpeas to make a hearty dinner with a chana masala and roasted sweet potatoes. For dessert, she's going to turn the legume into ooey gooey chocolatey brownies. We promise you won't even taste the chickpeas.
Just get out your aggression on these sweet potatoes, okay? If you have any stress in your life, don't take it out on your friends. Make this recipe. Take it out on these potatoes. My life would not run without chickpeas. Whether in savory recipes or sweet, chickpeas are truly the legume loves of my life. I guess you could really say I'm a hashtag chickpea chick. I'm going to show you 2 of my favorite recipes to use chickpeas, my chana masala stuffed sweet potatoes, and a delicious and surprising chickpea brownie. I know, once you make these recipes, you're going to love chickpeas as much as I do. Chana masala, sometimes called chole, is a spiced chickpea curry that my mom used to make for me all the time when I was growing up. It's one of my favorite Indian vegetarian dishes, so today I thought I'd get a little creative and stuff the chana masala inside some baked sweet potatoes. So, if baked potatoes are your vibe and spiced chickpeas are your vibe, then this is the recipe for you. I've got all of my cute sweet potatoes here. They're clean, so I'm just gonna poke them with a fork so they can release steam when they bake. Don't mistake your hand for a potato, okay? Promise me you won't do that. Keep your eyes on your goal. All right, I definitely did some damage here. Now I'm just gonna rub these potatoes with some olive oil and then sprinkle with some salt. These potatoes are at the spa currently. They're loving their lives. They're about to go into the sauna. I only find myself funny. The olive oil is gonna allow the sweet potatoes to get nice and crisp on the outside. I love eating the skin too, it's really yummy. Now, just a little sprinkle of salt. We can't forget to season everything. We need flavor everywhere. My cutie little potatoes are ready. They're going in the oven 40 to 45 minutes at 425 degrees. Now that my sweet potatoes are safely in the oven, they're secure in there, I am gonna start on my chana masala. First thing I'm gonna do is dice my onions. Just clearing my workspace, nothing to see here. I love using onions in basically everything, but onions, garlic, and ginger are just key aromatics in Indian cooking. You really can't have Indian cooking without them. Now for my garlic, just gonna mince it. A mince is really, really fine, so you just wanna get all of that delicious garlicky flavor out. You know you did this right if you smell like garlic for 3 days. We're just getting at all of that flavor. Now I'm just gonna use some ginger. A really easy way to peel ginger is to use a spoon. You can just use it to scrape back that little peel, like so. See how easy that is? Super easy. And I'm using only an inch here. Now I'm just gonna mince my ginger up super fine. I wanna extract all that flavor, just so it matches the garlic too. Okay, my onions, my garlic, my ginger, we're all ready for the hot oil. So now I'm just gonna heat some oil in my medium pot until it shimmers, and then I'll add all of my aromatics. Heating up my olive oil in my pot. Once the oil shimmers, then I know it's ready for the onions. Taking a little peek, the olive oil is shimmering, so it's time to add my onions. I want to cook these onions in the olive oil until they're tender, translucent, and starting to brown around the edges. I want to get some color on them before I add the ginger and the garlic. And the reason that we're not adding the garlic and the ginger in with the onions is because those take a lot less time to cook. So we want to get the onions going, and then we'll add the ginger and garlic so those two don't burn. I think these onions are ready to meet their garlic and ginger companions. smell. You want to cook the garlic and ginger in with the onions for about 1 to 2 minutes so it smells aromatic and fragrant. Get rid of that raw smell. This is my masala box, my masala dabba, my prized possession. I have literally never lived a single day in my kitchen without it. It's how I store all of my favorite spices. It's also how my mom taught me to store all of my spices. Let me show you a little reveal. Look at that. These are all my favorite spices that I use. And these are also the ones that are gonna go in my chana masala. My onions, garlic, and ginger smell amazing. They look amazing, which means it's time for my masala. I'm going to add some of my favorite masala spices here. I like to add cayenne for some heat, for some spice. Adding turmeric, one of my favorite spices. A lot of cumin. I absolutely love it. Time for some coriander powder. Adding that straight in. Did you know that coriander powder is just the seeds of cilantro ground up? Now you know. Now I'm just gonna add a little bit of salt and pepper. So I want to roast my masala spices until that raw masala smell goes away. We want to toast it, we want it to smell fragrant and aromatic. And finally, my little secret ingredient, amchur powder, or dry mango powder. Amchur powder is so tangy, it's tart, it adds a little something extra into this chana masala. Adding amchur powder was definitely my mom's tip, so thank you, Mom, for making my chana masala a lot better than it was before. I wish you could smell it, but you can't. So you're just gonna have to make it. I'm sorry, I don't make the rules, but I am making them a little bit here. Okay, my masala smells amazing, smells super aromatic. Now I'm gonna add my tomato paste. Here. I wanna cook the tomato paste in with my onions and spices until it deepens in color. Now I'm gonna add my tomatoes. You can use fresh tomatoes for sure, but I'm using canned and crushed tomatoes because I think convenience is the most gorgeous thing. My tomatoes are looking delicious. Delish. Now I'm gonna add my vegetable broth. Okay, I've brought everything to a boil. Now I'm just gonna reduce to a simmer and cook uncovered for 5 minutes. We have to add a very important friend to the party, our chickpeas. I could never forget about them. How could you think that? Adding them straight in here. Get them really up in that gravy. Now that the chickpeas have found a really nice home in here, I just want to simmer this together for 20 minutes. I want the gravy to become thick and the chickpeas to really infuse in with all of that masala. Make sure you cover this while it simmers. Okay, 20 minutes has passed. I think it's time we take a peek at my chana masala. I mean, look at that. Look how thick it is. It looks delicious. It smells even better. There is one more thing that I do like to add in my chana masala. It's just a little sneaky spinach. Nothing to see here, just some sneaky spinach. You won't even see it or taste it. I just like to sneak in some cute greens in there from time to time, you know? Just adding a handful. I'm just gonna tear it, roughly. No science to that here. And I'm gonna stir it into my chana masala until it wilts. Speaking of something green, I do like to add a little bit of cilantro in here as well. Something zesty, herby, brings all of the flavors to light. I keep those tender stems, but I'll remove the thick stems like this. This doesn't have to be added to our chana masala. All this talk about cilantro has me craving something, my cilantro mint chutney. I'm gonna show you how to make that. I'm just gonna let this hang out while I do that. Let me just start off by saying that I love chutney. A life without chutney is one that I just don't wanna live. If you're not eating chutney, you are not living. Chutney is super popular in Indian food, especially Indian street food. I find that it's zesty, it's bright, it's usually with a lot of herbs, a lot of spices, a lot of lemon or something acidic. It's super delicious and really tangy. Let's make my favorite cilantro mint chutney. This, by the way, is so easy to make. You're just gonna throw everything in your blender. Just gonna get my cilantro ready. Again, just like in my chana masala, where it's okay to keep those tender stems on the cilantro, I'm just gonna keep the tender ones but remove the thicker ones. These are a bit more bitter, so we don't want these in our chutney. Like I said, super simple recipe. Gonna add everything to our blender. I don't know why these spatulas are in here. They wanted their 15 seconds of fame. Remove them. I'm gonna add my cilantro straight into my blender. Like that. Mint is super floral. It's very bright. So I find that it complements the cilantro really well. And anything you add this in is just gonna really awaken the flavors. If the flavors were sleeping, this chutney is gonna awaken the flavors. I love some heat, I love some spice. So we're gonna be adding a full green chili here. If you want it to be less spicy, you can de-seed it, but I will not be partaking in that. I want all the spice. Just gonna trim it, pop it straight in there. Yes, I live life a little risky. It's just how I do. Just juicing a fresh lemon in. Nothing like some fresh lemon juice. It's gonna really brighten all of those flavors up. Add something a bit acidic, which we need with all of those zesty herbs. Now for my spices, I'm gonna add some salt and a little cumin. My precious box. Little cumin. And some salt. Now I'm just gonna add a little bit of water to help get the blender going. You can feel free to add more water as you blend, just if you need to get the blender moving a bit more. Texture looks great. Oh, it smells so good too. That, as you can see, some nice texture. I wanted this to be a little thinner because I will be drizzling it on top of my chana masala stuffed sweet potatoes. I'm gonna set this aside, go check on my potatoes, and then I'm gonna get ready to plate. I mean, it is literally oozing sweetness. Look at that caramelization. Okay, so I have to tell you something. Chana masala is typically served with roti, naan, or rice, but I wanted to get a little fun here, a little creative, so I'm gonna stuff my chana masala into my sweet potatoes. And I'll take a bath now. Thank you, thank you. Okay, I think we're ready to plate. I think I'm ready to eat. That I know for sure. I am gonna get this potato right here. That is the one that I want. This is the chosen one. Look at all of that sugar that's just caramelized around the edges. Okay, you need to look at this. Do you see this? Do you see it? Okay, onto my plate we go. I love a sweet potato. Love, literally love. Time to bring my chana masala into the picture. I'm gonna move these guys aside. I will see you later. Time for you. Does everyone talk to their food like I do? Maybe not. Okay. I'm gonna cut my sweet potato. Just create a little slit right here. Just a little home for that chana masala to sit in. Look at that steam. Perfect. Now it's time for my chana masala. That smells so good. Gonna get a little bit of everything, that thick gravy, the chickpeas, my sneaky spinach. Straight inside. It fits perfectly. Little home for my chana masala. Great. Okay. Now, did not forget about my cilantro chutney. This is gonna add some brightness, some freshness, and a little bit of spice. Now, just for a little bit of glam, we're gonna add some chopped, or I should say torn cilantro. A little on the plate, just to, you know, aesthetics. I can assure you that my mom has never done this before, so I have to show her a picture. I wanna see what she's gonna think. She will be proud of this chana masala though, because that looks pretty good. Mom, I hope you're proud. That looks so pretty. Aesthetically speaking, this looks amazing. Can I eat this now? I think yes, I can eat this now. I mean, this literally can do no wrong. It's hearty, it's satisfying, it's filling. It's very balanced. I think I really leveled up baked potatoes today. Perfect weeknight, dinner, even lunch. That caramelization on that sweet potato is just getting me. I just can't even handle it. Looks so good. We all think of chickpeas in something like a chana masala, right? But here's the secret. I really like to bake with them in my desserts. I know you're questioning my life choices right now, but just you wait. I'm gonna go get the ingredients for my chickpea brownies. These chickpea brownies are one of the most popular recipes on my blog. And because I know you're wondering, I know you're asking the question, can you taste the chickpeas? All I have to say to you is no. All they do is simply create an irresistible fudgy texture. And with chocolate involved, everyone wins. So let's get to it. First thing I'm gonna add in here is some almond butter. I like this because it's kind of rich, it's nutty, it adds a lot to these brownies. Now we're gonna add my chickpeas, my most valuable pantry player, my MVPP, my chickpeas. Make sure before you add these chickpeas into your blender, you rinse them super, super well. And just remember, the chickpeas don't add any flavor to these brownies. All they do is help to create a really nice fudgy texture and make it really satiating when you eat it. Now I'm gonna go for some vanilla extract. Delish. To sweeten these chickpea brownies up, I'm gonna use some coconut sugar. Beautiful. Now for my flour in these brownies, I'm not actually using a bunch of it at all. I'm gonna use some almond flour. It's kind of dense, it's delicious. It's also gonna help create a nice and fudgy brownie. What I like about almond flour is that it's just almonds, right? So that creates some really good texture and also a really nice nutty finish. Okay, we've gotta have a little bit of cocoa powder. I'm using unsweetened cocoa powder here. This is really important. We don't want anything added to our cocoa powder. We want it to be pure. And we're already adding sugar to our brownie, so no need to buy a sweetened cocoa powder. To help everything blend, I'm gonna add some almond milk now and a little bit later too. Are you ready for the blender brownies of your dreams? Are you ready to not make a smoothie and make brownies instead? Same. Okay, here we go. Perfection, perfection. I'm gonna scrape the sides down, give it another little blend. You want it to be super, super smooth. You literally never know there are chickpeas in here. It's actually kind of scary. Okay, you gotta look at this texture. You gotta look at this texture. Come on now, that's just not fair. Super velvety, really smooth. Just needs one thing, chocolate chips, because it's me. And why would I make a brownie without chocolate chips? It just doesn't seem right. Make sure you remove this from the blender before you add your chocolate chips so you don't blend up some chocolate chips into the air. No, that is not speaking from personal experience. I'm gonna fold in my chocolate chips. I do not measure this with anything but my heart and my soul. Now it's time to transfer into my pan. Gotta get a shot of this. The texture is luscious. I know, there's chickpeas in here. Isn't that crazy? You really could fool a lot of people. I'm not saying do that. I'm not saying trick people, but like, I'm just saying you could. Have you ever wondered what the difference is between a chickpea and a garbanzo bean? Well, I have news for you. There is no difference. They're the same thing. Garbanzo is just the Spanish term for a chickpea. This just looks nice, honestly, plus a little extra chocolate never hurt anyone. I gave up. Okay, we are ready for the oven. Going in 350 degrees for 35 to 40 minutes, and I'm so excited for their journey. My pride and joy, my chickpea brownies. I've let them cool for 25 minutes. This is important because it lets them firm up. And when they come out of the oven, you know that they're done when they start to pull away from the sides of the pan. Look at how easy parchment paper makes my life. All right. I mean, look at how fudgy that is. Delish. All that has to happen, it's time for me to eat it. Okay, I think I'm ready to taste. Oh, it's so fudgy. Mmm. This is my party trick, putting chickpeas into brownies. I just need to take a picture of that interior, that fudgy bit. It's too good. It is crazy how you can't taste the chickpeas. They just add to that really nice fudgy texture. We've got some rich chocolate, so they taste super decadent, but they're also super satiating. And so fudgy, melt in your mouth. The extra chocolate chips, nobody's mad about that. I'm not mad about it. I hope this inspired you to use chickpeas in new and fun, unique ways, even baking them into brownies. Now you know why they're so versatile, and also why they're the legume love of my life.
Say there today all day. Are you looking to ditch some dairy? Well, up next on Hashtag Cooking, Samadata remaking 2 classically creamy dishes without the cream. First up, she's going to make a vegan mac and cheese with a velvety sauce. Then for dessert, Sama turns overripe bananas into a luscious dairy-free nice cream.
Can you imagine if they started making like onion-scented candles? That would be such a crazy choice. I'd probably buy one. If you can't eat dairy, then don't worry, I got you. I'm always coming up with new ways to make creative, delicious dips, fillings, and desserts without any of the dairy. I really just want to hashtag make dairy-free cool. I'm going to show you how to make 2 of my favorite recipes that are traditionally loaded with lots of cheese and milk. First up, a masala mac and cheese, and next, because we can never forget dessert, my banana cardamom ice cream. One of the first ways that I dabbled into cooking, and maybe it's a bit generous to say cooking, was through boxed mac and cheese. I used to love that mildly suspect bright orange powder. But today, we are making my masala mac and cheese. The flavor profile is a little bit more elevated, but still just as creamy and decadent. Let's get started. The first thing that we're gonna do is dice up my onion. So I wanted to add some cooked onions into the sauce because I think it adds a lot more flavor. We want different levels of flavor and spice, and by cooking these onions down in some olive oil, it's really gonna get us there. I'm gonna peel this guy. I am just dicing my onion right there. Little rough, don't worry, because we are going to blend it later. After it's been cooked, of course. I've just diced my onions, and now I'm just gonna heat up some olive oil on my pan. Okay, my olive oil is shimmering, time to add my onions. I also want to make sure I'm seasoning my onions with some salt and pepper. A little salt, and some freshly ground black pepper. Okay, these onions look delicious. They look nice and golden brown. I'm gonna turn my stove off, set these aside to cool, and get to work on my creamy sauce. Before we get going on my sauce, I have to tell you about cashews. When you soak cashews, they absorb a lot of that water, expanding them and making them a lot easier to blend. Because they're so buttery, when you actually do blend them after they've been soaked, they can create creamy dips, dressings, sauces, desserts, mac and cheese sauce, anything, you name it. But if you skip soaking them, and please don't, you'll get a really crumbly and mealy sauce, and that's just not cute. It's really important that you soak your cashews for at least 24 hours overnight, or you can flash soak them for an hour in hot water. Best part about this mac and cheese is it comes together in this blender. What could be better? Mac and cheese in a blender? I'm on board. We're gonna add our cashews into our blender. Make sure when you're making this recipe that you only use raw cashews. No salt on it, no roasting. Because I want a little bit of a sweet taste and I want that nice orange color for this mac and cheese, I'm using a roasted sweet potato. I'm just gonna peel the skin off with my hands. By the way, if you're worried that I'm handling a hot potato, I'm not. This has been cooled. Don't worry about me. I'm okay. I'm just gonna take about half of this, pop it in my blender. You thought I forgot about my onions? You were wrong. They're going straight in here. Now to get that really delicious, cheesy, savory flavor, I'm using some nutritional yeast. Nutritional yeast is a really common vegan cheese replacement, adding this straight in my blender. It adds a bit of umami as well. Now for my spices. This is a masala mac and cheese after all. Got some cumin, adding a bit of cayenne. Cayenne gives me that heat. I want a little bit of spice in this masala mac. I'm gonna add some turmeric. Turmeric is not only delicious, but it also adds that really gorgeous yellow color that we're chasing for this mac and cheese. And finally, we've got some garlic powder. To help everything blend together, I've got some vegetable broth. Veggie broth is also a bit better than adding something like water because it's got a little bit more flavor in there. Okay, are you ready to blend? Okay, let's do it. And if you need to, feel free to scrape down the sides of the blender to get everything well incorporated. Boom. I'm gonna add a little bit more salt, a little more pepper. Back to blending we go. Okay. I'm really pleased to announce that my mac and cheese sauce is done. Looks amazing. Time to make our pasta. Got my cute little elbows here. My water is boiling. Don't forget, please don't forget to salt your pasta water, okay? I'm gonna do that right now. Pasta water is salted. It's time for our pasta. So I am using elbows here for my little cute pasta shape. I wanted to get that very iconic mac and cheese vibe, but you can totally use whatever short pasta works for you. A shell would be nice here, penne would be nice here. Okay, so I'm just gonna fish for a piece, see how we're doing on doneness. This is the best way to check. Just pinch it with your fingers or just bite into it. Perfect. Our pasta is ready. Time to drain. Okay, don't drop the sama. Don't drop it. One more thing to do is just add our sauce to our pasta. I'm gonna add this into my bowl. I'm really excited about this sauce. Just so you know, this makes a lot of sauce. I like a saucy mac, but you can totally reserve some for later if you want it to be a little less saucy. All right, time to plate. Sorry, I just gasped. I was just taken aback. It's so creamy. All right, little fresh parsley just to top. Little bit of color, little bit of green, little bit of herb, just to bring this out. And then I'm just gonna finish it with some freshly ground black pepper. Have you ever seen a more velvety mac and cheese? I just have to capture this. Here I go. This is gonna be an action shot. Okay, think I got it. Time for me to dig in. I've never been more happy than this moment right now. There's so much flavor going on, and it's so creamy. You would not believe there's no dairy in this. I'm not telling you to throw away your boxed mac and cheese, but I'm definitely telling you to give this a try. You will not regret it. So good. It's me, and I can never have any dinner or lunch without a little bit of dessert. So up next, I've got my banana cardamom ice cream, and you're absolutely gonna love it. I'm gonna go grab the ingredients. If you thought that you needed an ice cream maker to make ice cream at home, then think again. My banana cardamom ice cream comes together in a blender and takes a little nice nap in the freezer to create the most luscious vegan ice cream. Let's make it. Listen closely. I hate wasting bananas. It's so sad. Ripe bananas, really spotty bananas, are perfect for so many different types of recipes, and especially this ice cream. They help create that really luscious, creamy texture without any of the dairy. I've got my frozen bananas here. I'm just gonna pop them into my blender. When I freeze bananas, I like to cut them up in little pieces just to make it easier to blend. Really important that you're using ripe frozen bananas because we're not actually gonna add any added sugar to this recipe. All the sweetness is gonna come straight from those bananas. Okay, now I'm gonna add a little bit of creamy almond butter into my blender. Because the bananas are super sweet, I like adding a nut butter like an almond or even a peanut butter just to balance out that sweetness. I love using cardamom in this ice cream because it's got this really nice piney, fruity undertone. Really delicious. If you don't have it, don't worry, you can totally sub cinnamon instead. Now to help everything come together, I'm just gonna add a little bit of almond milk. Here's the important thing. We're not trying to go for a smoothie here, right? So we're just gonna add a little bit of milk just to get the blender going. Time to blend. Time to scrape down the sides of the blender. I'd rather scrape down the size of the blender a million times to get that really creamy, thick, almost soft serve consistency ice cream, rather than add too much almond milk and be left with a smoothie. Can we just take a moment for my blender, please? It literally does the absolute most for me. It's key when I'm creating all of my delicious dairy-free recipes. Okay, I think we made it. I could eat this now, and you could too, but I do want a little bit of an ice cream scoopable consistency, so that's why I'm transferring it to the freezer. Okay, ice cream is in my container safely. It's ready for the freezer for an hour or more. I know, I'm sorry, but patience is key here. Let's do it. My ice cream is done. A little patience gets us a very long way. I am just gonna cut some strawberries to top my ice cream with, and then I'm gonna enjoy it. No, I did not just sneak a strawberry. I have been waiting for a long time for my dessert, so it is time to scoop my ice cream. I'm very excited. I just gasped yet again. Oh, you thought I was a single scoop girl? Think again. Oh, you thought I was a double scoop girl? Think once more. Time to top with some of my strawberries, just for some color, just for some freshness. I would say this looks too pretty to eat, but I'm for sure gonna eat it. I will take a picture though. Okay, I'm ready to taste. It is crazy that you can make something this creamy with frozen bananas. It's crazy, it's wild. The bananas are so sweet, and we've got that almond butter to balance it out, and then that cardamom brings all the flavors to life. The next time you're craving something super creamy and delicious, but you can't have dairy, look, there's options for you. These are so easy to make. I made so many of my dairy-free recipes in my blender. Easy to whip up, just as decadent, just as creamy and delicious, without the dairy. Hold me back. I am going in again. Oh, it's so good. This is seriously so good. It's like, the sweetness is perfect. It's not too much, it's not too little. It's like my little Goldilocks sweetness. It's so good. Who doesn't love a muffin? As for me, whenever I enter any bakery or cafe, my eyes go directly to the muffins. I am obsessed. Am I the hashtag muffin woman? I don't know, that's a question for another day. But I've always wanted to create my favorite bakery style muffins at home. So after a little testing, I came up with 2 that are always on rotation for me. First up, a blueberry muffin just sweetened with some honey, and lemon poppy seed muffin tops with a cute lemon cashew glaze. I always bake with chocolate over fruit. That's typically my MO. But I will say, I always make a little exception when it comes to a blueberry muffin. They're just my favorite staple comfort baked good. But I was thinking, why should I go to a bakery when I can make one in my own kitchen? So let's get started. I've preheated my oven to 350 degrees and I've lined my little muffin tin with these cute muffin liners. They're so cute. Now I can start on my wet ingredients. First up, got 1 egg. Just cracked my egg in here. Gonna whisk it really well. I want no separation between the yolk and the whites. This looks nice and uniform. Now, I'm gonna add in my almond butter. I find that the almond butter kind of adds a really nice nuttiness to these muffins. It's so delicious. Gonna mix my egg and my almond butter together really nicely so it's well incorporated. And now I'm gonna go ahead and add my melted and cooled coconut oil. This is gonna serve as a nice butter replacement. Okay, and now I'm gonna add a little bit of vanilla extract. And for my star, I cannot have my honey blueberry muffins without the honey. That would simply be wrong. I like to use local honey for these muffins, especially because it's such an important flavor component. I really want to use the good stuff. And finally, I want a little touch of acidity just to bring out all of those flavors, so I'm gonna add a little bit of fresh lemon juice. Perfect. Mix the lemon juice in there, smells so good. Okay, my wet ingredients look perfect. They're well incorporated, they're well mixed, which means it's time for me to move on to my dry ingredients. I'm using almond flour for this recipe, which is honestly my favorite flour to bake with. It's super cakey and dense, so it creates a really nice texture in these muffins. I'm gonna add some baking powder and a little pinch of salt, just a little, perfect. Now I'm just gonna whisk my dry ingredients together, make sure everything's well incorporated. You know what time it is. It's time to combine our wet and dry ingredients. We want an even muffin batter. It smells so good already. All right, I'm just gonna add a little bit of almond milk to help everything come together a bit better. This is looking great. Now, this is a blueberry muffin. So I've got my gorgeous fresh blueberries here. Just proceed with caution when you're folding your blueberries into the batter. We don't want them to burst. They're precious, they're delicate. Just like, be careful of their feelings, okay? Okay, we look nice and well incorporated here, so it's time for me to add them into my muffin tin. I like using a cookie scoop for cookies, for muffins, because it allows me to just capture even amounts of batter per muffin tin, per cookie, makes it really consistent. And then you get a nice even bake too. Perfect. All right, so all that's left to do is bake them. They're going in the oven 30 to 35 minutes. I'm really excited to see them on the other end of this. Should I open a bakery? Just wondering. They look so cute. I've let them cool for 15 minutes, which means that it's definitely time for me to eat them. Okay, let's take a look. I mean, come on. They look so good. Before I dive into these, okay, I'm gonna have to take a picture. If I'm trying to start my own bakery, I gotta have some documentation of this moment. Pretty iconic stuff, I have to say. I think it's time for me to try them. I think I've waited long enough. Here's a question. Do you bite into your muffin or do you rip a piece off? I'm gonna be dainty today and rip a little piece off. Here I go. Okay, oh, almost lost a blueberry. It's crazy how well the blueberries and the honey go together. It's so good. Speaking of muffins, if you only eat the muffin tops, don't worry, I'm not judging you. In fact, my next recipe is for you because I'm gonna be making my lemon poppy seed muffin tops. I'm gonna go grab the ingredients. You and I both know that we are kind of only here for the muffin tops, or at least that's my favorite part of the muffin. So for my next recipe, I thought I would whip up a lemon poppy seed muffin top with a lemon cashew glaze to satisfy all of you muffin top lovers out there. And I know you're out there. I preheated my oven to 350 degrees, and because I love being prepared, I have lined my pan with parchment paper, and now I get to work on my wet ingredients. All right, I'm gonna crack 2 eggs. Now I'm gonna add in my melted and cooled coconut oil. All right, whisking that nicely. I'm using maple syrup and coconut sugar to sweeten these muffin tops. They're my 2 favorite sweeteners. They add a really nice, robust taste, especially when paired together. Adding my maple syrup. Reminds me of pancakes and waffles, but it's kind of better in a muffin. This is a lemon poppy seed muffin top, which means we can't make it without the lemons, right? First, I'm gonna zest some lemons. I love using the lemon zest. It really amplifies that lemon flavor in these muffin tops. Now I'm gonna juice my lemons. Because I love precision, I'm gonna juice my lemons straight into this measuring cup so I know exactly how much I'm using. Okay, we've got our lemon juice, and now we're just gonna add it straight into the rest of our wet ingredients. Mix that up really nicely. And for one more layer of our sweetness, I'm gonna add some coconut sugar. It's super warm, it's rich, it's golden. All right, our dry ingredients, very important, just as important as our wet ingredients. Here, I'm using a combination of almond flour and oat flour. I find that almond flour is pretty dense. The only ingredient is almonds, and with oats, it's a little bit lighter. I'm gonna add some baking powder, a little pinch of salt to bring out all of that sweetness, just a little. I'm gonna whisk this together. Just for a little something extra, I'm gonna add in some rolled oats. I find that this gives a lot of texture. It's really nice to have in these muffin tops. And because I'm really trying to recreate that iconic lemon poppy seed muffin, we have to have our poppy seeds. Okay, this looks really nice. It's time to combine our wet and dry ingredients. And add this in. Perfect. Just gonna fold everything in super gently. Okay. This looks perfect. Time to use my giant cookie scoop and scoop these onto my pan. I like using these because it allows me to get a really nice uniform muffin top, so they're all even, they're all the same size. You know what's really great about a muffin top? You don't need a muffin tin to make them. Just use your cookie sheet. It's a game changer. These are ready for a little journey in the oven, 350 degrees for about 30 minutes, or until it's nice and golden brown around the edges. Let's go. I've let my muffins cool for about 20 minutes, and you know what they need. You know what they're ready for, a little glaze. I'm gonna just preface this for you. I just wanna tell you that this glaze is kind of like a cross between a glaze and a frosting. So I do tend to call it a glosting. And I know I made that word up, and I'm honestly pretty proud of myself for it. So let's make our glosting. To make this really creamy, delicious glaze slash frosting, aka glosting, we are going to be using some cashews. I've soaked these cashews, and when you soak them, it actually allows them to absorb that liquid and become really nice and tender and plump. This is gonna be the perfect thing to just blitz up in our blender because it's gonna be really luscious and smooth. I drained the water from my soaked cashews, and I'm just gonna pop them in my blender. To complement that gorgeous lemon flavor in our lemon poppy seed muffin tops, I'm going to add some lemon juice into my blender, into my glosting. Now, to sweeten this up, I'm going to add some maple syrup. Time for a little oat milk. Finally, to bring out all of those flavors, balance everything out, a little pinch of salt. Now I'm just going to blend this up. Look at this gorgeous glosting. All right, we're ready to put this glaze on. Let me give you some options because we love options. You can do a little drizzle like this. So pretty. It's so thick and creamy. Do a little delicate, unfussy drizzle, or if you want to really commit, you can just gloss that whole thing. Don't be shy. Getting it to really fall over the sides like that. Looks really good. One last thing to really finish it off, seal the deal, a little extra poppy seed garnish. Those poppy seeds add some nice nuttiness. Gotta take a picture. I mean, that frosting, it like, who gave the frosting permission to do that right there? It's almost unfair. Now it's my time to eat. My turn to eat. Pretty, right? Okay, I'm ready. You know what's the worst thing in a lemon baked good? Not enough lemon. This is so tart, perfectly sweet. I have no rules for myself. I don't know, I feel like I found a new calling in life, and I think it might be to open a muffin store. We'll have plenty of muffin tops, plenty of regular muffins. I hope this inspired you to make muffins at home. I mean, this is so easy to make. The frosting slash glosting, also very easy. I just hope you never go without a muffin again in your own home.
Buongiorno today, all day. Who doesn't love Italian food? Well, up next on Hashtag Cooking, Sama is putting her own spin on two classic Italian dishes. First, a crispy breaded eggplant that's baked, not deep fried, and gluten-free. Then she whips up a vegan version of a classic pasta dish. Oh yeah, mangia.
So when I said cacio e pepe, really, I meant cashew e pepe. Huh? Am I the only one who laughs at my own jokes? All hail Italian food. I love it. Some traditional Italian dishes do have a lot of dairy, so I wanted to create some of my favorites with a plant-based twist. Today I'm going to show you how to make a breaded eggplant that uses almond meal instead of breadcrumbs in a really delicious and creamy vegan cacio e pepe. This is Hashtag Sama's Italian. Eggplant is a vegetable I kind of tend to forget about the second it enters my kitchen. So, to use up all of my forgotten eggplant that I've been finding in my fridge, I wanted to create something that had the breading of an eggplant parm, but the snackability of something like a slice of bruschetta. So, enter my breaded eggplant. The first thing that we're gonna do is slice our eggplant. Got a cute eggplant here. Just gonna trim the end off and start slicing. Here's a little tip. You don't actually need to salt your eggplant. Traditionally, you'd salt your eggplant to get rid of that bitterness, but nowadays, the bitterness has been bred out of eggplant. I'm slicing my eggplant into little slices that are about 1/4 inch thick. Perfect. So happy I'm using up my forgotten eggplant. It's just been sitting in there for so long. Okay. I'm gonna let my eggplant hang out here while I make my little egg mixture. I wanted my breading to have a lot of flavor on its own, so in addition to my almond meal, I'm gonna add some of my favorite spices. I'm using almond meal or unblanched almond flour for this recipe, which still keeps the skin on the almonds. I find that this is really nice to add texture, and it's a great replacement for breadcrumbs. The cayenne is gonna add a little heat, and the turmeric and cumin are my favorite pairing. We cannot forget our salt and pepper. What is life without some salt and pepper? It'd be very unseasoned and boring. Little salt and some freshly ground black pepper. I like that the turmeric is also going to add some nice yellow color to this eggplant. Just going to whisk this until it's nice and well combined. I want the breading to be really flavorful, and so I'm mixing it super well so no piece of eggplant goes unseasoned. That would be really sad. Also super bold of me to wear a white shirt when I'm using turmeric. This is how I live on the edge, okay? Beautiful. The breading is happy. Now time to beat an egg. We want to whisk the egg until it's completely uniform. We don't want any separation between the yolk and the white. This looks nice and uniform. A perfect little bath for my eggplant. Now it's time to assemble. This eggplant has really been on a journey, from being forgotten in the fridge to going down the line to flavor. I mean, lucky eggplant though. We want to dip it straight in this egg mixture. Make sure it's really well coated. Now we don't want any excess egg on the eggplant, so I'm just going to let it drip out just like this. We want a really nice and even coating of the breading, which is why we're doing this. And now we're going to put it straight into our breading. Into the parchment paper we go. Now we're just going to repeat. This is a way better fate for your eggplant than the trash, I'm just saying. Last one. Getting a little emotional. Don't worry about those guys though, I promise I will bread them later. We are ready for the oven. Look at those colors, look so pretty. I'm popping these in at 375 degrees for 30 minutes. Make sure to flip them halfway through. I think we all need to take a moment just to look at the color alone. Look at that yellow from the turmeric, the little golden crispness on the edges. I'm like drooling already. I really can't wait to eat them. These are perfect on their own, honestly, because they have so much flavor in the breading, but I love to use them as a vehicle for my toppings of choice. This could be a bruschetta, this could be a pesto, even just a little tahini drizzle with some salt is so good. Today, I'm gonna use a bruschetta and a pesto. By the way, you can make your own for sure, but if you wanna buy store-bought too, totally fine with me. Again, what a bold choice of me to cook with turmeric and wear white. Like, I love taking risks. Okay, I'm gonna add some pesto. Spread that on really nicely. These would make a great app or a side at your next party, or even if you're just partying by yourself. They'd make a great appetizer for you. That's fine. We love that. We love a party of one. These are even good dipped in some marinara sauce, just keeping it super simple. There's so much you can do with them. They taste good with basically everything. For my bruschetta. And because everything is better with a little salt, I'm gonna add some flaky sea salt on top. It's gonna taste really good. It's gonna add a little bit more saltiness, but it's also gonna look really pretty too. Just a little. You know, this eggplant, this middle one, it's not sure what it wants, so it's gonna get both. Whoever gets this piece, that's the lucky person at the party. I'm cracking myself up, okay. Okay, great. Can't forget a little salt on here. This screams, you need to take a picture of me. So I'm gonna listen. And again, feel free to use whatever toppings you want. This is truly very customizable to your liking and your flavor inclination. Or whatever you see at the store that you're like, that looks good, I'm gonna put that on my breaded eggplant. I support you. Even hummus, I just thought of that, even hummus. That's what I'm gonna top this with next time. Okay, I for sure got the shot. I got like 15, to be real with you. So now I'm gonna try one. Okay, I'm gonna go for it with this little guy right here. Okay, I'm ready. I hope you're ready. So good. I'm serving this at my next party. Even if it's just me, I'm just gonna serve it to myself. I deserve it. This was so yummy. And look what we created. The colors of an Italian flag. I mean, come on, look at that. So cute. I have a question. Are you dairy-free and miss the glory days of really creamy, cheesy pastas? Well, you're in luck because my next recipe, my vegan cacio e pepe, has you completely covered. I'm gonna go get the ingredients. Cacio e pepe is one of those dishes that everyone is obsessed with. But if you can't tolerate dairy, it's probably not high on your list. Don't worry though, I'm going to change that because this vegan cacio e pepe is truly going to blow your mind. First up, we're going to make our cashew parmesan. And yes, I did say cashew parmesan. To make this parm, we're using a base of cashews, raw cashews, and nutritional yeast for that savory, nutty, cheesy flavor. I'm gonna start by adding my raw cashews into my blender. Make sure your cashews are raw and unsalted. Now for our nutritional yeast. Nutritional yeast is commonly used as a vegan cheese substitute because it's got this savory, nutty, cheesy flavor, a little bit of umami in there too. Make sure you buy the fortified version because that's the one that has a lot of vitamins and minerals. Now we need some spices. We've got to have a little seasoning. So, got some salt. Salt going in. And some garlic powder. Now, all we're gonna do, because my blender is truly my best friend, is blend it all up. Be careful though not to over blend. We just want to blitz it a little bit so we get a nice fine powder, sort of like a Parmesan. And that's perfect. That took less than 10 seconds. Let me show you what it looks like. It smells so good. It's cheesy, it's nutty, it's savory. It's kind of like a nice fine powder, perfect for sprinkling on top of pasta. This makes a little bit more than I'll need for this recipe, so you can totally store this in the fridge for up to a week. Top your popcorn with it, some salads. It's very versatile. And you know what? I'm gonna make my sauce in this blender too, so I'm just gonna transfer this out, keep it over here, don't have to wash any more dishes. I'm being lazy today, and that's okay. I still love myself. This is some #precious Parmesan. Can't waste any of it. So the reason I'm starting with the Parmesan is because the Parm is dry, the sauce is gonna be more creamy and liquidy, so that's why we're doing it in this order. Saving us some time, saving us some washing dishes. Now I'm done with my cashew Parm. Time to make the sauce. I'm using soaked cashews to create this sauce. It's gonna make it really creamy, really luscious. When you soak cashews in water, it actually becomes a little bit more pliable and easy to just blend to very delicious sauces and fillings. Just soak them for an hour in hot water. I'm just gonna add them to my blender. Come on, you can do it. Because cashews are super buttery, they're really rich, I want something a little acidic and tangy to sort of balance that out. Fresh lemon juice, always. Now I'm gonna add my garlic. I'm using raw garlic here because I want that really punchy flavor. For that really nutty, savory, cheesy flavor, I'm gonna add some nutritional yeast into my sauce. Adding some salt. And listen, this is a cacio e pepe, after all, so we have to add some pepper. Freshly ground pepper, always. We want that bite. We want it to be really peppery and delicious and be sharp as well. Whenever I make this recipe, I skip my workout. This is it right here. A lot of pepper is necessary. Gonna finish it off with some extra virgin olive oil. And then, to help the blender move, I'm just gonna add a little bit of water, just to get the blender going. You may need to add more water later, but just check the texture of the sauce and then add more as you see fit. It's time to blend. I'm gonna add a little bit more water. Oh my God, it smells so cheesy already. I'm in love. Just a little. It looks so good. Sorry, that was a little dramatic. I have to show you this texture. I'm gonna give it one more good blend. Every time I make this recipe, I've made it so many times, but I'm always so shocked by how creamy it is without any of the dairy. It's magic. It's so good. I don't think it needs anything. Oh my God. Good for me. Okay, let me show you this texture. Oh, it's so peppery. It's like spicy almost, but still super savory and nutty. I love this so much. All right. Can't leave any sauce behind. I love a blender pasta sauce. It's so easy to throw together. Minimal prep, minimal ingredients. Look at how creamy and luscious that is. Sauce is done. Now I'm gonna go cook my pasta. Now it's time to cook our pasta. I've already got my water boiling, and don't forget, we must salt our pasta water. Hashtag no bland pasta. It's not good. Okay, the water is ready for my pasta. Just so you know, most dry store-bought pastas are vegan, so if you're looking for that, great. But make sure you do check the label to make sure the variety you're choosing is. I'm using a vegan and gluten-free chickpea pasta. There's a lot of really great bean alternative pastas out these days, and I like testing all of them out. Let's talk about pasta shape. I am using a spaghetti here as an ode to the original. We've changed a lot of things already, but you know what? We're keeping it OG when it comes to the spaghetti, but you can use your favorite shape. I'm a helicopter pasta parent. You really do have to keep watching your pasta, especially if you're using an alternative pasta like a bean pasta, because if you overcook those for too long, it'll become a little gummy. Pasta is such a comfort food. In my household growing up, my parents would just alternate between making Indian food and pasta. That was like, that was all we had. It was Indian food or pasta. All right, I'm feeling good about this one. We're done. We're done. Woo! Here's what I want to do. I want to save some of that starchy water for later to add to the sauce and pasta to help thicken it and bind it. So I'm going to save some of that. Just a little for later. I love being prepared. And now I'm just going to use my tongs and transfer my pasta to my dish. And then I'm just going to mix the sauce all up. I'm really excited about it. This also keeps the starchy water on the pasta. Doesn't have far to go. Spaghetti is so cute. I love it. All pasta is cute. I don't discriminate. I love all pasta. You know what time it is. It's sauce time. Remember this? Remember our old friend, our cacio e pepe sauce from earlier? It's about to meet the pasta of its dreams. And now I'm just gonna add a touch of that pasta water. just to help everything mix and combine, get really nice and creamy. Helps the sauce adhere to the pasta. Toss it together. Get the sauce around every single little bit of that spaghetti. I'd be sad if we didn't. And now, time for our cashew parmesan. Ready? I'm gonna mix some in and then I'm gonna add some on top as well, just for a little bit of flavor, a little bit of aesthetics. Just like a traditional cacio e pepe, we wanna eat this immediately. We want it to stay hot, stay fresh. So I'm gonna serve this to myself right now. Is this generous? I don't care. Am I just like, are my eyes too big for my stomach? No, you'll want to eat this much, I promise. Okay. I'm gonna cut myself off there. And now, let me just make this look a little pretty with my fork. Twirl this around. And add a little bit of my cashew parm. And by a little bit of my cashew parm, I meant a lot bit of my cashew parm. And the dish wouldn't be complete without it, some freshly ground black pepper. Okay, I have a vision. I have a vision for a really cute fork twirl photo. I'm gonna work on that. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna do a video. I'm gonna do a video today. That's what's happening. Okay, ready? Okay, we got the shot. We got it. We got it. And you know what I also got? The perfect little spiral for me to eat. I'm going for it. It is so creamy. Like, I want you to know, this is so creamy. It's cheesy. You've got layers of flavor, right? You've got the buttery cashews creating this really creamy sauce. The black pepper makes it peppery, woody, it's got the sharp bite. And then that salty cashew parm, which I'm just gonna add more of for fun, really ties everything together. You really won't believe there's no dairy in this, I promise. Oh, and that garlic, though, that fresh garlic, it's so punchy. Makes it smell really good, makes it taste really good. Someone needs to hold me back, because I'll keep talking about this for the whole day. This is so delicious. I love creating these really fun plant-based twists on traditional Italian food. It's unique, it's fun, it's inventive, and it's super delicious. Oh, hey, I didn't see you there. But I'm so glad you're here because I have something I want to tell you. Hashtag Cooking is back with all new episodes, and I'm so excited to share my favorite recipes with you. This avocado cream pasta is literally one of my most popular recipes on my blog, and I honestly think it's because you just need a blender to make this super luxurious sauce. So, the base of it is our avocados. I'm using an avocado and a half for this recipe. So I'm gonna go ahead and start with that. All right, we're gonna scoop some of this avocado out. Look at how ripe and pretty that is. Go straight in there. This avocado is what's gonna add that super creamy element to this pasta. Now I'm gonna move on to my lemon, adding the juice of 1 full lemon in here. Make sure I catch all the seeds. This lemon is gonna really make it tart and acidic and bring out that zing, make it very bright and fresh. I'm gonna add some fresh basil and raw garlic. Yes, I'm using raw. It's gonna be really punchy and really bright. And I love garlic. There we go. A little bit of olive oil, just a bit. And now I'm gonna season it to taste with some salt, pepper, and red pepper flakes. Salt in there. Add as much chili flakes as you'd like. I love spice, so I'm going in with a lot, but you make your own choices, okay? Now, just to help everything get moving in the blender, we're gonna add a little bit of cold water. Make sure it's cold because we don't wanna brown the avocado. Just a bit, and I can add more and adjust to get it to the right consistency that I like. Now, it's time to blend. Perfect. It is so luxe, you will not even believe it. Look at that. So creamy. Before I add this creamy sauce to my pasta, I'm gonna grab one more thing. Just grab some arugula from the fridge. I love adding this to this pasta because it gives this really nice peppery bite to it. All right, time to assemble. Got my sauce, gonna add this into my pasta. You might think you put cream in this, but you didn't, I promise. I'm gonna add my tomatoes. Just a little burst of something sweet in with this avocado cream sauce. Now I'm just gonna mix in my arugula. What's great about this pasta as well is that you can eat it immediately, but you can also refrigerate it to have as a pasta salad the next day. We love a leftover, we love a meal prep situation. Is that too much? There's never too much. What is a portion? Some freshly ground black pepper, and a pinch of flaky sea salt. That is it. But one last thing. Can't forget to take a photo. I didn't do all of this for nothing. I love this. I'm gonna frame this. I'm gonna put this on my wall. Okay, here I go. Gotta get some arugula, some pasta in there. Okay. I love myself. It's so creamy, you honestly would never know that there's no cream or butter in this. It's crazy.
Yo, today, all day. Pucker up, because up next on Hashtag Cooking, it's all about lemons. Samadada making her favorite recipes with the versatile citrus fruit. Instead of turning lemons into lemonade, try making Sama's pasta salad with a rich and creamy lemon tahini sauce. Then for dessert, whipping up a lovely